Oh boy. Here we go. Round 2. How do we... Where is it? There it is. Activate. Aha! Da-na-na-na! Got that. Got that. Don't need that. Enjoy some tunes while we relax for just a little while.
Hello. Yes. Yes, you're speaking with the Sculptor. Mein Gott. I'm doing pretty good. I'm pretty exhausted from work, but other than that, I'm doing great.
Oh, they can't hear me.
Nice,
Yeah.
congrats.
Thanks. Yeah. It's alright, we didn't say anything. But we do have Indus here. What they said. Yeah, what they said. Can go now? Alright, bye. We've got Roland in the chat. We have a first-time chatter, Private Goo. Please don't spread your goo everywhere.
Private Goo.
And enjoy the channel points, because
Hello.
I have those now. Thanks to the
wow.
affiliate stuff. They are laser kiwis. If you don't know the lore behind the laser kiwi, Google it. It's very funny. Wouldn't miss this. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, where the hell do we begin?
Hello, chat. It is, I mean, we can go with the questions.
let's
Adrian.
let's yeah.
No.
Indus duped Roland. Well, he duped a lot of people. He duped a lot of people. All right. Do we want to do questions from chat first? Otherwise, we'll let you folks brew your questions over time, ask them, and we'll try to come to them during.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'll be looking at chat, so if you have any, I'll just try and answer them in the moment. Otherwise, we can go through the list.
to kick off,
Yeah.
let's talk about your life with role playing. How did you come to get involved in the role playing community?
Well, I have a long history of playing games like D&D, starting at around, I want to say like 12.
12.
So
Wow, you're an early bird.
yeah, I know. I had a friend introduced me to it, and whenever I was in college, I played a bunch of D&D and vampires, vampire tabletop games,
Love
and
vampire. I want to play vampire. I want to play vampire.
yeah, yeah, I would love that actually. I would love a vampire season. I don't know if we're gonna get it, but
I recently
we'll
joined,
see.
thanks to Bacon inviting me, a V Rising role playing server.
Yeah, I just learned that they actually use voice, and so my interest in it is vastly higher than it was. So yeah, I'm considering it. Um, I VRP is actually my first like video game based role playing. Prior to that, it had always been tabletop stuff that I had done with my friends in school, basically. So I joined season 12.
You joined? Oh, that was your first season on VRP?
Yeah, that was my first season. Yep.
As Sid.
Yep, Sid, aka Sigurd Arnson.
That's the man.
That's the man. Yep. Very, very interesting character. I always like to have some kind of wild thing going on in the background. So his was he had a curse, and he was possessed by the spirit of one of his ancestors, and it was making him do a bunch of crazy shit, basically, which was very fun to role play. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I had a great time. And then after that, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play a very different character.
No more murder, no more doing horrible things to people. We're gonna play a nice, wholesome character.
I'm gonna try and play a very neutral character next season and not just be straight up evil. It was so fun to be evil this whole season. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but man, I was like giggling to myself, and you can hear it in the clips as well. It was just so much fun. Oh my.
All right, so
Yeah.
Why have you done this? What led to?
So,
I'm curious about how did this idea for I'm going to be a serial killer, and you linked up with Detarian. I don't know if that's the right way of pronouncing it, but played Timothy Tipton, quote unquote, the Death Broker, as this meta shield. How did that come about?
So basically, I was in a separate server, and I was just like, has anyone ever played a serial killer before? And Detarian deletes my message and sends me a DM.
Whoa.
And he was like, we can do this. I've thought about this. I thought about how you do this, and you need like a meta shield, and I would be willing to be a meta shield for you. I don't know if anyone saw those messages, but that was just, I was like, wow, this, like, I really want to do this now. I really want to, like, he's put a lot of thought into this. I had this idea about being a serial killer. Let's do it. And we both kind of felt like if we do this right, we will be legends in this server.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, it did work. And So I basically was kind of on the fence about whether or not to do it. But then the season lore dropped, and it was like, I just had this epiphany, which was like, oh, I'll be a noble from a really powerful family, and I'll be a serial killer. Um,
Cool, cool.
and and um, yeah, I also had some other ideas, like inside jokes that I had done previously, or I had talked about doing. The name Indus actually comes from an Amber Helm inside joke
No.
about Van's farm, or Gunner's farm.
Okay.
Um, and basically, it was Gunner Farms and Indus and Industries. But the way that the signs were, it looked like Indus tries. And I asked him, "Who's Indus, and why can't he farm?" And so after that, I was like, I'm gonna play kind of a stupider character, and I'm gonna have him be a farmer, but he's just like totally incompetent at it. And whenever the server lore dropped, I was like, oh, this actually fits well with a noble.
Mm-hmm.
That they basically don't know how to do anything other than nobling. And I was like, what would make a noble be very dead set on farming? And I sort of created this like Iron Will idea. Um, and basically the ideas just kept coming. They just kept coming, and I created I just wrote for like 3 days. I had an entire religion. I had an entire family history.
You did. I've
Um,
read it. I've read that
I
book.
did. Yeah. Yep.
I spread it around the server
Um,
to try and implicate Indus in something that I didn't know what he was doing.
you're like, I don't know what he's doing, but it's bad.
He's
I can
doing
tell. There's
something,
something
man.
not quite right about him.
Yep.
Yeah. But Indus was supposed to, on the surface, be kind of like an arrogant, aggressive warrior from a very powerful noble family
Right.
who just happened to secretly be a serial killer. um,
so
so
basically you wanted to be
yeah,
a serial killer because nobody had really done it before and you had this particular vision for it and you already had a willing volunteer to help you out.
I did. Yes, everything sort of that moment when he reached out and was like, "I will do this for you." I was like, "Okay, I want to do this."
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I basically built all this. I built this huge architecture around Indus being in a position of power, not necessarily being in charge, but being in a position of power. And then I was gonna have my like Darth Sidious moment, where it's like, I'm the serial killer, but I'm in a position where you can't really do anything about it. I have all my loyal
Of
followers,
course. Yep.
and uh, unfortunately, that didn't really go as planned for a variety of reasons. Um, at the end, I saw the potential of being Prince, and I was like, oh, that's great. Two of the characters that I used as inspiration for Indus, Prince Charming from Shrek 2, I believe,
Oh
and
no.
Prince Arthas
Oh
are
my
both princes.
god.
And I was like, I
That's
just,
incredible
I
inspiration. I love
gotta go
that.
for it. Yeah, yeah. There was also the stupid the like incompetent farmer part. I was using Doofy from Scary Movie 1
Oh, okay.
as inspiration. I wanted to kind of like be this guy who's kind of like who seems a little bit dumb, so nobody suspects that he's like actually this hidden mastermind who's been killing
Hmm.
people the whole time. Um, um, I unfortunately did not get to play him as stupid as I wanted to initially because I kind of had to compensate in order to make sure that Iron Hearth and Iron Reach didn't immediately fall apart.
Right. Yes.
Um, um, but I think I found a pretty good balance. One thing that I think is really funny about that is I tried to make him kind of a meathead where he only like cared about fighting. He was like, I'm gonna be the best fighter and I just want to duel people. But he would say like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't pay attention in school except for like 2 subjects." And I said that to like 20 people.
Yes, I remember you
And
saying
nobody asked.
in chat
Nobody
or
knows.
either here or somewhere in the Discord. I remember you saying that, and the 2 subjects were art and philosophy.
Art and philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which
Yep.
which leads us, of course, into we know why you, Sai, wanted to be a serial killer because you wanted to. Why does anyone roleplay a character in a particular way? Because they want to. Why? How did Indus go down this path?
So this requires a lot of backstory, and I'm going to start at the beginning. So sorry that this is such a trek here, but the Eisenwald family was they were like sellswords basically. They were brought in. They were connected to the Seymours. They came in to establish order. They were kind of like a religious, semi-religious sect as well. They had very strong beliefs in the Iron Will, which was a religion that was jointly created by Diedrich and his best friend, whose name was Indus Karshtan. And he was from even further east. That was kind of my explanation for why the hell does this German-coded man have an Indian first name. But they basically co-created the Iron Will together. And it's kind of this, it takes from a variety of religions and philosophies, but I would say it's kind of like a Nietzschean Buddhism, which is a hilarious combination. And it's all about like detaching from other things except for a single goal, which you kind of make with the great will, right? That has shaped the chaos that existed before into the order of the world that we see. And they had very strong beliefs about keeping a pure will and stuff. In one of the peasant they had, I should say that they had prophesized that they would be reincarnated together as twins at a time of crisis in Gildemir. And so that was a big thing when Indus and Edric were born, because they were like, oh shit, we got the founding members of this dynasty here. Diedrich, oh shit. Raven's calling me.
Oh, Raven, no.
No. I gotta tell her I'm on a podcast right now.
I'm talking about a serial killer. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So, Indus and Diedrich are besties, and Indus is kind of like a warrior monk type character. They are putting down a peasant revolt in Gildemir, and Indus gets killed in front of Diedrich's eyes. Diedrich loses his mind. He goes on an absolute rampage, becomes filled with pure rage. He writes in his journal, which some of you may have seen, that he feels like his will has been corrupted by rage, and now he has an endless appetite for violence. And he worries about it screwing up the prophecy, which basically said that Indus would be reincarnated as the older son, and he would be the younger. All right, fast forward to Indus and Edric being born. Their father, Heinrich, and some of the other people were like, Diedrich is a fucking maniac. He killed like countless people, just smashing their heads into walls and stuff. And it is a problem if he gets into control, especially with how corrupt that Gildemir has gotten. He was like, if I know Diedrich, half of the nobles in this city are going to be killed by his hand, if this prophecy is allowed to come true. So, the twins are born. Indus is born first. He gets named Indus because of Indus. That's who he's supposed to be a reincarnation of. And then Edric is named Edric because they don't want to like have the association with Diedrich. Now, around the age of 3 or whatever, Heinrich is like, "Oh, I fucked up." It's so obvious to me that Indus is actually the more Diedrich of the sons, and he's going to be in charge of this family, and he's going to destroy Gildemir. So I'm going to create I'm going to basically kill all the doctors or like silence them that were involved with that know the truth. I'm going to cover it up, and we're going to act like Edric is the older son, is the older twin, and he's going to be in charge of the family and everything. And that's actually how Ollie was supposed to tie in. Is Ollie was supposed to be one of the few people who knew this. And that's actually one of the reasons that the Belmont family was disgraced, is because of this secret. And basically, we had planned to reveal this about halfway through the season, and we would have a big civil war, because it would be like, Indus is the one who's actually supposed to be in charge. And shortly after, framed and blackmailed the Belmont family. There was also a whole nother thing about how Heinrich was like, this Eider thing, according to our religion, I don't really give a shit about it, but this is politically useful, and I'm going to use it to destroy like as many other families as I can. So that was another thing. I put the idea out there in the connections tab, and there were so many people who wanted to be connected to this story.
Wow.
Yeah, there was Vincile, who was a cousin, who was disgraced in the Eider Purge. Heinrich was like, you know what? All we have to do is kick out one member of our family and brand him as this terrible person. That's a deal for like all the other damage we're gonna do to our enemies. There was Zariel, who was a cousin of Indus, actually, and she was. There was a whole thing with Zariel. Unfortunately, that didn't really come to fruition. It was just Zariel was terrified of them because of the trials that they put her through to see if she was worthy enough to being in the family, in which she failed on purpose.
Hold on. Ads are showing up. What the hell? Oh, right, because I'm affiliate now. Oh, I forgot.
Oh no.
Oh no, we'll wait until they go away. How I know there are other streamers who have like a way to know when they're firing. I think I just have my own stream on in the background. Yeah, I got affiliate because of this, because of these streams. Look, it's bits. What the hell? What do I do? How do I know when ads are happening so I can say go away basis? It's Indus's fault. Yeah, because I've been doing these interviews and because they go for so long and they've actually drawn people in, I got an email this morning saying like, "Hey, you're affiliate now because you've fulfilled the criteria." And I went, "What? What did I do?" Oh, right, the streams. I forgot. The 6-hour streams interviewing people. Oh wow.
It's all Indus's fault. Oh yeah. Just bringing in too many people. They're like, we gotta make money.
Yeah, 100 followers or something. How do I see when an ad is about to start? Yeah, here we go. Come on, Google, tell me. I've seen the countdown. An OBS, you can add a custom doc. Oh yeah, that'll work. Okay. If you go to the Twitch dashboard and pop out the ads manager, you can take the URL and add it to custom docs. All right. I need to get that stream manager. Okay, I'm learning this shit, man. I never thought that this would happen. I was just doing this because I thought it was cool. Anyway, please do continue. I think they might have ended by now.
All right. So the reason that I brought all that background up is that Heinrich, Indus's father, actually decides that he's going to try and psychologically break Indus so that he doesn't become this terror, this like violent maniac who kills a bunch of people, which is
Mm-hmm.
very ironic from like a self-fulfilling prophecy standpoint. So he tortures the ever-living shit out of Indus as he's growing up, and it definitely messes him up, but not to the extent that Heinrich wanted. Um, and there is, yeah. Um,
There we go. All right.
Yeah. Sorry, I see Nevis in the
When
chat. I'm
Indus
guessing that
told
is
Elisa about the stuff his dad did to him
Eliza, the stuff his dad did.
by doing fake stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There was one particular scene that he told a few people about, including Eliza, which is, it's funny that you mentioned feet stuff because he basically he took Indus out to the Ironwood and was like, "Yeah, let's go hunting, son. Sorry that I've been so hard on you." Gets out there, he's like, "That was a lie. I'm breaking your legs, and
Breaking your
you're gonna
legs.
either die. You're either gonna die, or you're gonna come back crawling and show that you are worthy to live, basically." And so Indus crawls through the forest. He survives. He's pretty much damaged from all of this stuff that his father has done. But he also has, and a lot of other people in his family treated him this way as well because they were on board. His grandmother always treated him well. She was responsible for getting the moving into the cultural domain, setting some roots up in the art district, and she taught him about art and philosophy. Right. And that was something that's why he loved it as a, okay.
Hopefully that works.
That's why he loved it as a subject. And so let's start the fall of Gildemir. The father passes over the ledger to Edric. They go there. Everyone's still under the assumption that Edric is the one who should be in charge. They found Iron Hearth. They're totally focused on reclaiming Gildemir. And Indus is looking around and he's like, "What the fuck are people doing right now? They're doing horse races. They're selling liquor. They're just like totally not." They're totally not focused solely on what they should be.
They're being normies.
They're being normies, and they should be hardcore Iron Will, and they should be, training to fight better. They should be like gathering resources. And he's like, "You know what? If I had been behaving this way, I would have gotten like absolutely destroyed. My father maybe even would have killed me."
So Indus was sort of a zealot from very early on.
Yes. Yeah, he started out, he went through a lot of changes. But he started out as a very hardcore Iron Will supporter. He often said that he was the most devoted follower. Part of that is that's what kept him going when he was being tortured by his father. And that was a big part of his personality. So whenever he saw people behaving in ways that were contrary to that, and also just generally from a philosophical perspective, it's like you need to. What they were doing didn't really make sense. He's like, "I'm going to refocus people's mind on survival." And so to do that, he's like, "I hate Wormwood." Day one, Indus hated Wormwood. So it is so funny that he killed so many people from that town. They showed up at Iron Hearth on day one, and they were like, "Hey, looks like you took over this place. We deserve some of this because you didn't really build this place. Can we stay here?" And Edric was like, if you can be our vassal. And of course they like reacted very harshly to that. But I was like, I'm playing Indus as like a hothead. So I just like yell. I just start yelling in like my thick German accent.
Go on, can we hear a
and-
German accent from you? Go on.
Um I mean, I'm getting a little rusty with it. It's not something that I have done for quite some time, but this is the general gist of it.
Okay.
It gradually got less and less to where it was just like I would replace THs with Z, and then Ws with V. But I tried to keep it up the whole time. Raven says, it bothered me so much how little your people were treating Weisenbach as allies in the start. I know. I had, one of the people I had talked to beforehand was Raven, and she gave me the story of her family, and I thought there were going to be a lot more nobles. So I was like, oh, it would be really cool if we had a noble ally, and maybe we went against the rest of the nobles, because the Iron Will and the Eisenwald family were supposed to be anti-noble nobles. Believe it or not, they were supposed to be strict meritocrats, and part of yeah. Hold on, I'm reading chat right now. The funniest thing about Indus's German accent was that you could tell when he remembered to do it. Sometimes he did it, and for a long period he just forgets the accent, and all of a sudden does it again. Yeah, I tried my best to keep it up the whole time, but yeah, I'm sure there was a lot of that. So I was like, oh, we'll have a noble ally. And I know, I had a lot of good interactions with Raven in season 12, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. And I also, she sent me the backstory, and it was like her mother got killed by a knife in front of her.
Okay.
And I was like, I want them to be so close. I want Indus and Eliza to be so close, and then he confides in Eliza that he's the serial killer.
Oof.
So that's what, or like reveals it to her before he kills her. And so a lot of my early decisions were trying to make that be a thing. And the early on, like Eliza romance stuff, I do think that there was some chemistry between the characters, just because of similar backgrounds and personalities. Well, I mean, compatible personalities, not similar personalities. But I was always like, oh, I want this to be a thing because it just makes the serial killer reveal so much better.
A dramatic reveal is so
that
fun.
Never happened.
I see. Yeah, RL stuff got in the way. It happens.
RL stuff, yeah. I did want them. I know I'm jumping around a bunch. I did want them to be really close friends. But then a bunch of shit happened, and Indus was like, I'm gonna like, if I can't get Eliza to love me, I'm gonna get her to hate me, and that really informed a lot of later roleplay. So yeah, where was I? Okay, so the first kill was Kisi.
So first off, talking about informing things.
Oh yeah, sorry.
The motivation of I need to start killing people. I know what it is, and a few people do, but for those who don't know, what was the MO of Indus being like, I need to kill these people?
That he needs to spread a message that people need to stop fucking around and focus on their survival and killing LaHale. That was what started it. And he started out with his first work, Poison, where he was basically trying to spread the message that, like, you know, these people lounging around and selling hard liquor and hoarding all the honey is, you know, this has to stop.
And that was Wormwood Kesey.
Yep. Kesey was a part of that. There was some coordination ahead of time where she was going to go around to towns selling the Wormwood liquor beforehand.
Was she going to die from the get-go, or did she decide, I'm going to get Kesey killed during the season?
Yeah. So, I don't know too much about it. What I do know is that Wormwood internally had a lot of drama. I don't know what the drama was exactly, but a lot of people got really upset, and some of them wanted to stop playing.
Right.
And part of the, you know, I was providing basically an opportunity for people with this whole serial killer thing. It's like, if you're gonna go out in a really fun way that drives a lot of roleplay.
Oh, it did. Holy moly.
And oh my gosh, the Kesey murder, so many people. That was such a crucial part of it. Kestrel, I believe, was the one who found Kesey and then like swore to find the killer, which was funny, which was perfect because that was a she was actually part of the Eisenwald pre-group. She had a connection to Indus in that she used to work for him.
She was a smuggler.
She was a smuggler. The twins, the Eisenwald twins, were secretly smugglers. And this was part of a scheme to elevate the family by acquiring a bunch of money. But they had connections in the industrial district, because that's where they were mostly based, and also the harbor district. And it was interesting because later on, this was important with the Osidia thing. I was like, I got this background stuff, and I was like, you know, I think that Indus would have seen it as his job to know like everything about goods in the industrial district and the harbor, and like going in and out and keeping track of this stuff. And I feel like he would have been able to put together the Osidia stuff. And so that's how he knew that her last name was LaRue when he tried to kill her, and knew that she would be a perfect. She would be his masterpiece, basically.
So from the beginning, Indus saw Osidia as his masterpiece.
Once Osidia put in the request, and I got the backstory
for the almost kill.
I was like, for the almost kill, I was like, yes. I was like, this is perfect. Like, so anyways, I'm jumping ahead of myself. I kind of want to go in order here.
All right.
I see Argus. Let's see here.
Yeah. Would have hated knowing that. I believe knowing that was when we talked about Kestrel being a smuggler for the Eisenwalds, I think.
Yep. She was a smuggler for them. Varl was as well. Varl also worked for the Eisenwald twins. And that was supposed to be like a big secret, but we started the season and there were no other nobles. It was supposed to be like an anti-noble arc, and everyone already hated nobles enough. They like hated the Von Weiss and the Eisenwalds from the get-go.
They were very hateable
because
people.
we were like the only two. We were like the only two families that were you know, significant, I think. And yeah, the political stakes, we were supposed to be allies, but a lot of the people that joined Iron Hearth were not, they did not like Weissenbach at all. And so it put the twins in a really awkward position. Edric kind of goes along with whatever the people want, Indus being, I tried to lean into like the noble, like the noble way that things were done, that they're, you know, where it was like very top down sort of. Nope, we are allies with this family, we have been allies, they're our closest allies for 80 years, and we are, you know, gonna be friends, basically. Edric had the idea that he wanted to be king because his iron will was that he wanted to elevate the family to heights that it's never been before. And as part of that, he starts just inviting every single person that he could. And Ironhearth explodes in terms of population. I think at one point we get around 19 people.
There were a lot of people there.
There were a lot of people there.
It was the first populated location that I came across. That's where you and I met very briefly for the first time.
Yeah.
Yep, sure got invited in, come have some food. There's a great place, everyone loves it here.
Yeah, it was kind of a disaster because of that. Because we were operating on like a communal system, and then we just grew way too fast. Right. I calculated it, and I was like, how much copper have I mined versus used?
Oof, crikey.
And I was like, I'm paying a 90% tax rate in Ironhearth right now. I see people walking around with fully upgraded copper armor, and I'm like in shit I'm in level 1 that's about to break. And there's a lot of internal strife about like who's using what, and it was not a good time. There was I see in the chat Thedrian hated them because they treated our liege lord poorly. They did kind of treat Edric bad, but he, in my opinion, basically deserved it. It was just very much like trying to be like, oh, we're better than you, and also, you got to show us with respect and this stuff, and also we're going to be king. I'm going to declare myself king, and I want your support.
Adrian says he absolutely did. Apparently, Edric absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, I was very frustrated. I'm gonna try and not complain too much, but I was very frustrated in that I feel like this thing that I had put so much effort into in terms of creating a backstory, and he was just kind of like destroying it with shitty decision making.
Right.
And that caused a lot of strife between us, which eventually led to our relationship, completely blowing up, and now we don't talk to each other anymore. But
as players.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. It happens.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it was kind of funny, and the Indus really didn't hate him that much, but me as a player, I was like, yo, I can't stand you.
All right.
But anyways, I digress. Ironhearth makes the move to Iron Reach. Things don't get better with the move. We struggle with instances. I end up continuing to be friendly with Weisenbach. I start spending more time over there. I befriend Eliza. She tells Indus about their secret religion, which is Anto Barzul.
Oh, yes, we learned about that from Roland's interview. It's weird to be able to say, hey, go watch a previous episode and you can learn more about Anto Barzul. Yeah. But let's have the skinny on that. What was all that about?
So, basically, it was this giver and taker religion about balance. They had their own book, which they wrote things in that would be judged by this god. And I was like, this is like so similar to the Iron Will, and they both come from a quote Eastern background.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, Indus is gonna believe that this is one of the precursors to the Iron Will,
Whoa, cool.
and he's gonna be all about it. And I was like, wow, this is so fun. This is perfect. Um, and he goes and joins their religion. He does does his, you know, ritual there, which is supposed to determine how unbalanced you are. And I was like, he did just murder somebody and turned them into a piece of art.
So how did that, in terms of going through that trial, is that roles? Do you organize it out of character and you say this is what's going to happen?
It was basically we organized out of character what was going to happen. It was going to be D20 rolls, and we would give ourselves like numbers which were supposed to weigh how unbalanced we were.
Right, like
I had selected
you pick
numbers.
your own one honestly to modify it.
I had picked two numbers which are like 7 and 3, and I rolled the worst possible rolls.
Okay.
Twice.
Tell me more.
So at this point, everyone was like, "Oh, if this would be death." Normally, like in their religion, they would kill you for being this unbalanced. But because I basically rolled 2 nat ones in a row, and I'm like, this is kind of like fate.
It is.
This is kind of like fate. That is so statistically improbable that I would roll 2 nat ones in a row.
The thing that I say often in TTRPGs is, I don't believe in dice mojo, but it's real.
It is real. So we come to an agreement that, okay, well, we aren't going to kill Indus, but we're going to like kind of kill him, and that he's going to be a nobody for an entire IRL week.
Okay.
And the name in their religion for nobody is Atrinth, and so he became Atrinth. And there were a lot of rules to that, which were like he basically got all his gear taken away. He was no longer Indus; he was Atrinth. He had to do everything that everybody says. So if someone asked him to do something, he would be obliged to do it. And yes. And he could not ask people for things.
Oh.
Yes. And that was a really interesting alias to play under. I feel like some people figured it out. Yes, Damien and Atrinth. I didn't realize that was you at the time. That is so cool.
One of the butlers.
Yeah, one of the butlers. Yeah, so I'm Atrinth. Iron Reach goes downhill really fast at this point. Shortly before all of this had happened, Indus was made the leader. I was at my sister's wedding. I get a message from Van. He's like, I'm just struggling here with being a leader. Can we do our Civil War arc early?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, sure. I really didn't want to be a leader of a town. I gotta be honest. At the beginning, I was searching and I was like, I need Tyrion Lannister to be in this town and give my character a little bit more of an oomph, because I wanted people to see how shitty Indus's father was to him.
I see.
But nobody took the bait. Yes, it was. I see. It was so fitting that Indus got like the maximum unbalanced in the ritual because of him being a serial killer. It was blowing my mind at the time. I was like, how did the dice know?
Do the admins know and they're manipulating my dice rolls?
I know.
Do they have that kind of power?
Yeah. So Indus, so we're supposed to do the Civil War thing, but we get there and we're doing the argument, and then he's just like, yeah, I stepped down. And I kind of have like, I kind of remember feeling like akin to blue balls. I was like, oh, I was like psyching myself up for Civil War and it was going to be epic, and then it was just nothing. But as soon as and previously I was supposed to reveal myself to be a serial killer shortly after I took over Iron Reach, but whatever, the plans change. The first thing I do is like, I'm gonna delegate. Like, I don't have the time. I work a job that sometimes is 70 hours a week, and I just don't have the time
How do you
to
people
be
do
the
that to
leader of
yourself?
this town. And I was like, okay, the Council of Ironreach, you're each going to be in charge of one thing, right? Varian, you're going to be in charge of building, you know, and so on and so forth.
And that was up here where we
And
are on stream right now. This was where Iron Reach was.
yeah. You're frozen for me.
Oh no. Cool location, I'll say that much.
Yeah. So Indus is in charge, but he doesn't want to be. I'm trying to create like a council thing. So that I wanted him to be a figurehead, basically. I did not want him to actually be in charge. But the people, they really wanted somebody to be in charge. And I was like, you know what? I can't do this. I've got the Atrinth thing happened. And I have a, you know, background in organizational psychology. And I was like, you know what? I want to do a little lead, you know, I have to do this stuff. I talked to them down to doing it for 4 days. Like, I feel like 4 days for a leader is already a lot.
It is. Yes.
But I was curious, who would kind of step up? Like, who would be the leader in Indus's absence? And I was really hoping for like Alia or even Thedrium would have been really good. And I know that they were you know, really the two candidates for people. But apparently there was a lot of political drama, and they ended up not selecting a new leader. And they got really anti-noble. They got like super anti-noble. They removed Indus from power. They turned it into a full-scale democracy, all in the course of 4 days of me, like, still being out of character there, but in character I wasn't there. And Iron Reach just sort of falls apart. And I come back after my stint as Atrinth. There are a lot of funny things with Atrinth, like trying to trick Ezra into making me a hammer because I couldn't craft one myself because of the Atrinth rules.
Right.
Tricking people into letting me buy things from them without asking them to buy things was also funny. But after my stint as Atrinth, I am like, how the hell am I going to play this off? Oh my gosh, there's so many things. I was a part of the B raid on Wormwood as Atrinth. Was part of 2 of the B raids.
I remember when you mentioned Atrinth in the VRP server somewhere in chat. Someone went, "You were Atrinth?" They hadn't known. No, not I don't think a lot of people knew.
Yeah. Yeah, most people didn't know out of character. And I was surprised because I tried to make it a little bit. I tried to, like, I went and visited Iron Reach, like, a couple of times. I was there for the raid. I was there for the Primus raid. Eliza asked Atrinth to help protect Iron Reach. And so I was actually there. Indus saw Kalia run at Primus and get killed basically by him. Thedrian absolutely is devastated to watch his wife die. And this, you know, he basically loses his mind and is like, I'm going to kill Indus whenever I find him. And Eliza's a snake and has warped his mind, which is funny because Louis
His mind was already
Louis's last stand. Absolutely. So I mean, Eliza kind of did brainwash Indus into like him not being there. So Theodria was low-key justified. She was a large part responsible for Callia dying. He captures Eliza and tortures her on the bridge. Yeah, she did save lives there as well. So, but also she did bring Indus there. You just didn't know it. So, I mean, she definitely did not deserve to be tortured, but it is kind of a little poetic. Yeah, he was there, but he wasn't at the same time. That was the condition of the thing, is that he was basically a different person from everyone's view. So, but Indus is still in there, and the Sculptor is still in there, and he's like, I can't believe Callia just threw her life away. What a terrible Eisenwald. And then like I can't believe Theodrian is breaking his oath and stuff. And so he basically hated them for this, as a result of this. And it had a huge impact on Indus's character, because the dynamic with Eliza just totally changed. She was devastated after it. There was we did a lot of like RPing through DMs, and some of it was like her showing the scars to him from the torture, and we were like rolling dice. I was rolling dice at the time to see how insane Indus was, and I rolled a nat 1.
Okay.
And I was like, what does Indus do here? He says, I'm gonna dig up Theodrian and Callia's bodies, bring them down to Iron Hearth, and burn them like they should have been from the beginning.
Oof. Holy moly.
Yeah, and I contact Theodrian and Callia. I'm like, can I dig up your bodies? As I opened a ticket, and Aussie's like, yeah, you can do it if you get permission from them. So I'm like, Indus is totally insane. He also has a lot of weird religious beliefs where he thinks that Theodrian basically cursed Eliza. He carved an oak tree into her twice, which was his iron will symbol. And Indus, and here's the thing that not a lot of you know.
Secrets.
Indus actually performed iron will magic to reincarnate Theodrian and Callia into... Theodrian became a flatworm, which he multiplied, and Callia became a bird. And I put this in Iron Hearth, and I was like,
what?
I labeled it Callia's special food. And it was supposed to be a big hint for how insane Indus was. The only person that I've told this is Vile, and he did not know about it Vile's player. Because he was trying to resurrect them, and I'm like, no, there's no way. There's no way after everything that Indus did.
Dang.
But yeah, that was a really dark clue that nobody got. When the Guardians had captured Theodrian, Indus really lost it. He was like, how dare you torture my love, and I'm gonna do all these terrible things. I was like, okay, that's a hint. I was giving people a lot of hints that Indus was just very psychotic. And especially around the Thedrian stuff. That was like my biggest set of hints. And I don't know if anyone really suspected it from that. I think they just thought, oh wow, Indus is insane.
He's
But
just a
no,
weird
I don't
guy,
know if any.
man. He's just a little bit odd.
He's
There's
just a
nothing wrong
weird
with him.
guy. He's just a weird guy. I know I scared the shit out of people in the Guardians with that. I know I scared the shit out of people with just doing my full like sculptor crazy accent. And
Here it is. Add
you know
special for
that was.
C. This has got to be it.
It wasn't. Well, I would say that it was about the same tier as Angry Roland and Lorenz.
Standing on that roof, going back and forth with you. Oh, okay.
Indus basically was like, okay, well, I can't torture Adrian because of Roland. Roland made a promise that we wouldn't torture him. We would just kill him. So Indus was like, well, I'm going to do my fancy religious magic and I'm going to torture him in the afterlife, basically. And so that was a hint that he talked about in character, but nobody really got. Where were we? Okay. So after Iron Reach collapsed because of all those reasons, Indus goes and joins Weisenbach because there's closest friends basically. And the dynamic isn't really what I was expecting. There was like a very brief honeymoon period of like, oh, this is incredible. And then it was like, yeah, Eliza's threatened by Indus because he used to be higher ranked than her. And it's just a bit rough. It was a bit jarring to like go from being in charge of this town to like basically a nobody. But I was like, I get a request from Deuterian. It's like, oh, I've got another person that wants to be killed.
Who was that?
And it turned that it was Falco. Falco was with Weisenbach from the beginning, and I put in clues there, which were like, they were talking before. This appeared to be somebody that Falco knew, and afterwards, when it was reported, Hannon came down and was like doing the report, and she was like, "Oh, Indus, can you do a write-up of this?" And Eliza lost her shit. She was already screwed up from Thedrian torturing her. The second time she was tortured was actually to help save Indus's life. And so Hannon disclosed that the killer had threatened her as a result of her poor coverage of the first kill. And Indus was like, you know what, I'll do it, and I'll set a trap for the killer, and we'll get this guy. And Eliza was like, I forbid you. Oh, neat. You made the request for Falco. I didn't know that. Yeah, R.I.P. Falco. Oh shoot, I lost my train of thought. It was a long week.
Yeah.
She forbade him from writing about it, and I was so upset in that moment. I was like, he knows he's not going to be killed by the killer because he is the killer.
Absolutely right.
And so her freaking out, and I was just like, part of the reason that I had joined the Bramwell report in the first place is that I wanted him to write about the killer. I wanted him to be giving hints basically through the paper, and I had ideas for this as well. I put in a request to kill Vic because Indus especially hated Vic, and I was going to put in 284 coins, or was it 484? No, 284 coins in his mouth. to signify the amount that Indus complained about in the paper. And I actually did that with the final Wormwood kill, where the 3 kills I put 2, 8, and 4 for their ridiculous honey prices.
I see.
And I don't think anyone got it. I used Nitwit coins, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I used Nitwit coins to do this because there were only a few people who had them. And that was another hint that I was trying to spread. That one started a bit later, but yeah. Falco. I got a little bit of assistance with all the blood and guts from Withers.
Oh, cool.
Other than that, this was pretty much my whole thing without really admin assistance or anything. But I was like, oh, this is really fun actually, setting it up, and it was kind of fulfilling to make these little sculptures. I was like, wow, this is the most messed up like art that I'm doing, and I'm having a great time.
Making the sculptures is a really cool piece. That it's not just this person got killed; it's they were turned into something else.
Yeah. That he was using their bodies to send a message. And with Falco, he was like purpose. He knew that Falco was basically that he didn't have purpose. That was something that Eliza had told Detarian, which was spread to me. And so I was like, I want his thing to be purpose. And I imagined him having a conversation with Falco beforehand, trying to convince him, like he later tried to convince Osidia, that it's actually a good thing that I'm going to kill you and turn you into a sculpture.
And Osidia Dreamy said that Osidia believed him when he was talking to her about that.
Yep. Falco, I had RP'd it that he did not believe this. Falco was like, what the fuck are you doing? Get away from me. And so I made that scene the messiest. This was like the time that Indus didn't get the jump on somebody and there was a struggle. And he dragged him over to the forge and made his like purpose to be like creating weapons. After that there was Horus, who was at Armory's shop. Yes, your poor forge. It was so difficult to try and act for that. That was the most difficult one to act for. Like, oh no, how could someone do this? What a monster. If I get my hands on him, they're dead. It was so fun to do that as the killer. Horus was next. Horus was actually my first in-person kill ever. They were CKing, and I was like, oh, what would Indus hate about Horus? It's like his ridiculous prices. He's like a royal armor smith, takes a lot of pride in his work. I walked in there and I was like talking with him. I was like, I want the most valuable thing in your store. And he trots out his 4,000 gold set of green metal armor.
4,000.
And I'm just like,
whoa.
4,000 gold. And Indus was like, oh wow. I'm doing the world a service. It's like, I'm making the world a better place by killing this guy.
That is one of those things where, like, in character, because I saw, it was one of the things, it was an administration post where if there's a price in character that you're like, that's dumb, play it off with your character. Have your character go around saying, that's ridiculous, you shouldn't have to pay that, complain to the store owner, make it an RP thing. For Indus, for the ultimate in-character protest against the price.
Yeah, but he's like, actually, I don't want your shitty armor. I've come for something more valuable, your soul. And then he pulls out a knife and jump stabs him and knocks him down. And I had, been writing journals as part of the thing. And this is really where I had like, oh, Indus starts to feel like he's capturing people's souls doing this. Um, and just to make it extra creepy, so it's no longer just about the message. He starts out just trying to wake people up from their stupor in his mind. And then I would say he starts to develop a taste for it with Horus, and he realizes, you know what, maybe I'll just kill as many people as it takes, basically. Next up is Horus, is Ungold.
Oh yes, we heard directly from Ungold yesterday.
Ungold.
If you'll want to get Eric Ungold's perspective on the Indus kill on him, you can watch yesterday's episode. But today we get to hear from the murderer himself. Tell us about Ungold.
And Ungold didn't really have a lot of interaction with Indus. It was very brief, but Indus did always kind of like Mora ever since the beginning, basically. Just I feel like they had a chemistry or whatever, and like the meme that somebody posted, it's kind of weird that Indus tried to kill Osaidia and Mora and then later try and date them. But it's actually not that weird. It is weird that it happened twice.
Yeah.
But if you think about the reasons behind why he selected them to kill, he wanted people who were who would make beautiful sculptures.
Mm-hmm.
And physical beauty plays into that, as does having a good backstory and like a kind of a beautiful soul as well. And he realized that beautiful souls taste better.
I see.
Right. So he eats Horus's, or he tastes a bit of Horus's soul in his mind. He's like, this tastes like shit. Kisi tasted way better than this. Maybe it's women. And next I'm going to go kill Mora.
I see.
He shows up, and it's Ungold there. And Ungold invites him inside. The sculptor says that he's looking for Mora, and then slowly reveals that he wanted her to be a model for one of his sculptors.
For those who don't know, the CK ticket had been launched by Ungold. This wasn't Mora doing like an almost kill. This was Ungold's player being like, I'm going to get Ungold killed off, and the way that they played it is that... Sorry, Flightmate just got back. Welcome back! And so Ungold was like, alright, I'm gonna get killed, but the murderer is actually here for Mora, but Ungold will do.
Yeah. Well, he was like, I'm going to kill Mora unless you agree to take her place.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, how do I know that you're not going to kill Mora anyways? He's like, I swear on my honor as an artist. Oh, I'm gonna have to catch up on chat, but I see that Silas has joined.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see Sheep talking about the Horus death. It was a very weird situation in that he like agreed to die and he died 3 times. I had done some coordination through Deuterian, which was like, okay, you die for real when he like looks you in the eyes and slits your throat.
Right.
And that was it. He died a little bit quicker than I had wanted. But it was still really good. I still really appreciate that he did that, and I love the acting. I love the like, you disgust me, as he was like nailing him to stuff. It was, and it was a very fun one to do. I really appreciate Horace's character player for that. So back to Ungold. He's like, okay, well, I'm gonna flip a coin to see if I agree with this because he's a follower of Marsil. And it comes up that he agrees to do it. I forget whether he was head sworn or tail sworn, but I was just like, this is absolutely perfect. And I turn around and I see an armor stand already there, and it says, "A gift for my eternal flame."
Oh yeah.
And I was just like, this is beautiful. This is incredible. He is sacrificing himself to save his fiance, who's, you know, his eternal flame, or
she was his moon and he was her
I think
flame.
he was
It was
her
like,
flame, and
yeah,
she was his moon.
yeah, it was like
Okay.
a sun and moon thing.
Yeah, yeah. But I was just like, this is so good. This is just absolutely incredible. And the way that he acted out the scene and had this like philosophical dialogue with Indus, and they both like, you know, appreciated love. Well, I think it was also revealing in that Indus wasn't really doing this out of hatred. He was doing this in his mind because he actually loved people and that he thought that love was beautiful and that he wanted people to survive and he wanted them to get take back their home. So in a twisted way, there were these commonalities. Um, so I do the scene with him. It goes really well. He like looks out. It's midnight. It's a full moon. He looks out at it. It's like the flame and moon thing is just so perfect. And he dies, and I'm like, wow, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to top this. That's what went through my mind after that.
And then Mora showed up when she wasn't supposed
And then
to.
I finished the scene. I'm like finishing the sculptor, adding all the signs and whatnot, and Mora shows up, and we just sort of stare at each other, and it is so awkward and funny. And I just like uh take her outside for a moment, and we have a discussion, and it was really good. And the sculptor actually cries because he's like, you know, Ungold is he was a fantastic man. He was an incredible man, and I know that he loved you very much, and it was a really beautiful scene. This accident of Mora getting there too early just turned into a really great RP moment. And he brought her inside and talked about like how, you know, I forget what exactly he said, but he was like, you know, he was a very noble man and he's valiant, and I'm not going to kill you because of an agreement that I made with him. And I usually kill all my witnesses, so you're gonna be like the first. And I just at that point I was like, wow, this is amazing. I the just avenues for RP and how I knew how many people that impacted, and especially Mora's story.
Oh yes.
Oh
Hugely.
man, it was so impactful. And I knew that kill was something special. And I was like, I want to take Indus into a new direction. And I draft up his background and I send it over to Tyrion. He's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, this is shit. He's like, do you want my honest opinion? Because I wanted to move into a more religious angle with him.
Right, more religious zealot.
And yeah, more religious zealot. And I go through it with him. We rewrite that one, and part of the issue was that I wanted him to like be building up to some ritual. I wanted him to have like this revelation that that he was supposed to break the cycle of reincarnation, or that he was supposed to transcend humanity, because he had created art that was so pure with Ungold that he was like, I can do, this is definitely of spiritual significance.
Right.
And so after that, I create this like dream thing. And it's like he sees all the souls of the people that he has captured. And to basically capture a soul in his mind is he has to be there when you die, and he has to, I basically was like, he has to have access to the body, because he tastes people's blood. He like sees them die and then tastes their blood. But I can't slash me, Indus walks over and tastes their blood.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Right? Because that would give it away.
It would be too obvious.
That would be too obvious. But that was basically what I was operating under, and Indus had gotten a lot of souls that people didn't think about. There's that stolen in death category of the 13 souls. There was Kalia, who he saw die in front of his eyes, and he had access to the body. There was Thedrian, yes, who was monster for the way that he treated.
I see.
Yeah, for the way that he treated Eliza and what he became. There was Lawrence, who fell into that category. He basically died in Indus's arms. There was Momo, who also was stolen in death, and that he died right in front of Indus, and Indus had access to the body. Then there was Silas, who Indus thought that he captured a piece of the soul of. And he was courage. Momo was wisdom, by the way, because he was Momo the Wise. So I had kind of in my mind like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I got 13 kills because it's season 13?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be sick. By the end of it, I actually ended up with 17 souls by this metric.
God damn.
But yeah.
If you bring back, it'll be a mark of genius if everyone's forgotten about all this by season 17, and you bring back and you do a serial killer again in season 17, and people start going, "Oh my god!"
Yeah. I'm kind of like it would definitely lose a lot of its oomph if Indus got brought back in like a mini season or something, because everyone would know that he's like a killer. But I was like, it would be funny to kind of put people in an awkward situation in that they're dealing with a serial killer, but they have no idea. They have like no in-character justification.
That's right.
For like why they think he's a serial killer.
It would push for people to investigate more and dig more and ask more questions.
Yeah. True. Yeah, where were we? Ungold. I forgot to mention another very okay. Before that, Ungold was sacrificed because of the sacrifice that he made for his love, and there was a lot of kind of awkwardness in that Indus still really wanted to kill Mora. Oh yeah, non-serial killer Indus would be really interesting. It's like, what if his father never tortured him?
True.
Well, maybe he would turn out like Diedrich anyways, and he would just be a different kind of psychopath. Who knows? But I was like, okay, well, Indus he values himself as an artist. He's not going to break his word, but if Mora tries to, if she decides that she wants to be taken willingly, then, that problem solved, basically. It's like he gets the best of both worlds because he gets a willing subject, and those are the best, as Ungol demonstrates. He gets a piece of her soul. She gets to be with Ungol forever in his mind because he's, he has this ridiculous idea that he's taking a piece of people's soul. And he writes a creepy letter to her. I really had fun writing that creepy letter. That was the one that mentioned Indus's passion, and you brought that up in character, where you're like, yeah, you didn't know me because you had me written down as peace.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, oh, that's in retrospect, I'm like, that's funny because a lot of the things, a lot of the decisions that, sorry, I'm my brain is totally shot.
It's all right.
Shaw is your character's name.
That's me.
Yes. He would say things like, you did this to be famous. You did this for renown. And Indus is like, oh, you actually don't know anything about me and why I did this.
Yeah, it went both ways.
Because that wasn't... It went both ways. They just didn't know each other.
Correct. Because Shaw had read the Iron Will Ledger by that point, and so he'd read all about that stuff and how Indus had been written down as like being the greatest blade in all of Gildemir and stuff. So that's why Shaw was like, oh, okay, that's why you're doing this. Because it's all about this wackadoo religion.
Yeah, the wackadoo religion played into it, and that was one of the motivating factors. He was like, if I can become the best artist with a blade, I will have fulfilled my Iron Will goal, my Iron Will oath. And so that was definitely at play the entire time. There was the message that he was trying to spread. It gradually became more about the art itself and doing it for art's sake. After Ungold is when he made that transition. He was like, I don't care if people don't understand what I'm doing here. I just want to make the most beautiful art that I can. And he gets the dream from his grandmother, who I mentioned before. And she's like, all you got to do is kill more people and perform this ritual, and you can be with me and all those souls forever in the realm of pure art.
I remember reading that, and I thought, oh, okay, it's sort of ramping up now, but I can't really do anything about it because I just wasn't on.
Yeah. I was really kind of upset at this time, out of character, because the kills dried up. There was nobody who wanted to die from the Sculptor for like a month and a half.
Ooh,
and
okay.
That is when I wanted to ramp up the clues. After Ungold, I was like, okay, every kill after this, I'm going to be given a ton of clues. Because I wanted it to kind of... my vision for it was that it was going to be like a game of... Guess who? Oh, you're mad that I used the temple for the soul collection? It was so thematically perfect, and I like having balance of using just the power of that religion, which he believed in, and using that for the ritual. And also, I was creating red herrings, both with people and with places. And the butler, who I absolutely love sheep. I love sheep. I love sheep in season 12. I love RPing with him this season. I was like, he is the perfect red herring because he has connections to both Iron Reach, the Iron Will, and through the Weisenbachs through Gregory.
Very true.
And when I killed Horus, I was supposed to go go under an alias and buy a hammer from him, and that was supposed to be the clue. But
Oh.
I ran out of time. I ran out of time with it, and so I ended up just I was like, what can I do? Let me look at Weisenbach's storage, and I saw a hammer made by Ronald Ann, and I was like, this is perfect. I'm gonna use him as the red herring. And sure enough, a lot of people did think that it was Greg. A lot of people thought it was Greg. I think that was the most common theory because of that. I later tried to request him to make another hammer for me.
Oh.
And he was really weird about it. It was like, make one yourself. Why are you asking me? I don't know if you remember that, Sheep. I don't know if you remember that when I tried to get you to make a hammer.
But you can't give too much away, otherwise he'll get suspicious.
Yeah, exactly.
Roland talking about walking to the place as King Roland, speechless, and all of us are around, and I'm here like, oh, that's interesting, because I think 3 IRL days prior, I had been past here, and I'd found this place, and I was like, oh, what is this? Oh, it's some sort of, old church or whatever, because it was totally empty. It just had a few boxes and stuff, and I carried on. And so walking in here as Shaw having only just recently been quite grievously injured, he comes in here and he's looking around like, what the hell happened to this place? It's only been like a week.
Yeah, I had to go out. I had to go for a work trip basically for a few days.
I remember that.
I had a very busy job.
But, well, that's one of the that's honestly one of the reasons. A little bit of bleed from me, but in character, Shaw already suspected Indus of something. There was no inclination that he was the murderer or anything. I wasn't involved in that at all. But everything that Shaw ever heard about Indus, it was like just goosebumps every time. Like, there's something wrong with that dude, but I don't know what. And I don't know him well enough. I don't know people around him well enough. If I start digging, I don't want to give it away. I want to try and figure out what's going on, but I don't know where to begin. So what I did was, when I learned as a player, oh yeah, Indus is Sire's off on a work trip for like 3 or 4 days, I was like, okay, interesting. And then when I was talking to someone said, oh yeah, Indus is on like a fishing trip or something. I don't know what they used as the excuse for why you in character were away. So Shaw was like, this is my chance. I am going to use the fact that, oh, Indus is away somewhere and he hasn't really been specific about what he's doing. So I went around putting those journals everywhere, copies of the Iron Will Ledger, because I was on the ward at Iron Hearth, now the Iron Will Temple. So I was like, okay, I have access to this, so I ran in there and I made copies and I put them everywhere, because I thought people are gonna think either nothing's gonna happen, or something really bad is gonna happen, or they're just gonna start suspecting that Indus is up to no good, and everyone's gonna start investigating him, because I went to every civilized and uncivilized location on the map and put copies of the Iron Will Ledger everywhere, because I thought maybe the great King Roland is gonna be like, hey, what's with my prince putting his weird ass religion everywhere all of a sudden? Is that what you were doing while you were away? That's what my ploy was.
Well, it's funny because the in-character reason is that Indus was going to perform an Iron Will ritual, which he was supposed to be at Iron Hearth doing that, but as you see, he wasn't there. He was actually at the Anto Barzul place doing it. I'm sorry, Raven. I'm sorry that I made you mad. It was just too good to pass up, and I couldn't give it away. I didn't want to spoil it.
Question from Fedrian, the orbs, why are some missing or damaged? Why do some people have an orb, some people don't?
Yeah. So everyone had an orb at the beginning. I think that people went back and broke the orbs. There were originally 13 orbs and 13 paintings. Those were all the souls that Indus had before he performed the ritual. The orbs, the whole ritual was like a combination of Iron Will rituals that Indus had translated, Anto Barzul knowledge that he had gained from the Von Weisses, and he was also inspired by the Butler storyline. I was like, I got the background on that, and I was like, wow, this is these black orbs actually fit really well with the sort of ritual that I was going for. And so I messaged Sheep, and I was like, well, I was there for his thing, and I was like, hey, can I have all these orbs, pretty please? For totally...
No.
For these void orbs. Yeah, the anti-Eider guy wants all the void orbs. Nothing suspicious here.
Oh my god.
But I message Sheep, and I'm like, hey, can you explain the void magic that is the basis for your character? And he does. I'm just like, I'm so going to use this. And so the ritual was like a combination of those three factors: the Butler, void magic, Anto Barzul, and Iron Will. And the Wisp thing was a big storyline at the time, and I was like, people are having these orbs like they're like a piece of the soul of somebody. I think in character they are memories, but I was like, that aligns with what I'm doing here. So I was going to create this ritual location, and I was going to have the void orbs and the wisps, the wisp orbs. And it was going to be kind of like the duality of like, this is beautiful, but also incredibly corrupt.
I see.
As well. And so that's what I was going for. I'm guessing. I know that at least Gregory's orb was shattered by someone, and the others were apparently scratched. I don't know who did that.
Oh, okay.
I to this day do not know who did that. I thought it was Sheep actually, but I sent him a screenshot of it, and he was like, "Oh, that wasn't me."
Because I thought that it was the Weissenbach folks, the new Gildemir folks, coming in here and doing a story thing where they would have been like, hey, we're going to try and destroy these to like release the souls or whatever, and that they would have been in talks with you, and you would have said, this happens to this one, this one happens to this one. So who knows what it was all about?
I initially, I wish I knew who did it, because that is really interesting. And it was very fun to me to see that Greg was the one who was shattered, because in character, he's the one that it makes least sense to be there in the first place, because he's like,
That's true.
He wasn't born like the rest of us, let me just say. Yeah. I like whoever did that, how they didn't destroy the other orbs, but also I don't know if the others are remaining. I can't. Let me refresh my screen.
The only ones that are missing are Gregory and Megan. The other ones are intact, but Falco's is scratched. Kylia's is scratched. Efforts to break Lorenz's failed. Efforts to break Elisa's failed. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually didn't intend to do it at the Anto Barzul place. And Raven, I apologize for doing it. I just ran out of time. Basically, I was supposed to create like a separate temple in the middle of nowhere. I was thinking about doing it at the Graveyard Plateau south of Wormwood, but I just ran out of time. And so I was like, what if I just converted the Anto Barzul to this? It fits thematically because a large part of the ritual is Anto Barzul. And so, yeah, that's why I selected this location. It kind of sucked because Michael immediately found this place. It's like everyone was going to hunt at Iron Hearth because that's where Indus was supposed to have been. And I intentionally did not leave. I left a few breadcrumbs there, which were like, in the back of the Iron Will book that was there, it was like the butler's void magic and Anto Barzul are the key. And so I was hoping that people would go and check this place out, like Roland would do that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't want to. What am I gonna say? Am I gonna be like, hey, can I use your place as a ritual for the sculptor?
Well, yeah, I guess the only option would be get D to do it, and say, hey, there's going to be a thing. You know, there needs to be a thing. Can it be this location? Although
Yeah.
that may have given it away as well. It'd be like, hey, the Anto
that would have
Barzul. Well, how many people know about Anto Barzul?
that would have 100% given it away. There was no real way that I could do this and not give it away, unfortunately. But maybe I should have just spoiled it for you a little bit earlier, Raven.
Maybe you should have just, you know, not died, Raven.
Well, the thing with Eliza was that I really wanted her to be one of the souls.
Uh-huh.
And so that was a large motivation for why he killed her. I had planned on making it a big reveal of like I had Deuterion reach out to her and be like, "Hey, can the killer kill you?" And she was like, "Nah, only if it's, you know, only if it's a CK or CK or whatever." And I'm like, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to ruin people's storylines by having the sculptor just killed by Raven, killed by Eliza, because I know she would win. I apologize for that. I just had no idea how to do it. I mean, I guess I should have just contacted you out of character and been like, here's a big spoiler, but can I kill you? I'm the sculptor, can I kill you?
Mm-hmm. So who came after?
So
where were we up to?
Yeah.
After Ungold.
We were at Ungold. Prior to Ungold was the Osidia attempted murder.
Yes, we learned all about that. From Indus's perspective, because he considered, after you got that ticket, after you got what was going on, who Osidia was, and you were told this is going to be an almost kill. She's going to escape, she's not going to actually die, but Indus saw her as like the pinnacle magnum opus.
Yeah, she, as I said earlier, he had that kind of background knowledge about her more so than other people because he had to know things about the places that she lived. And I was like, you know, this is just an amazing, in-depth character, very complex backstory, like perfect for this very like philosophical art that he was going for at the time. And I walk in there, we have a conversation with the sculptor as a hooded figure, and it goes really well. And then he's like, I'm here for your soul, basically, and brings out his knives and starts to attack her. We have like a huge like slasher thing. I really tried to make it like a scary movie.
Oh yeah,
like with the killer chasing through the forest or whatever, and yeah. Raven, I probably should have just made a CK ticket myself and dropped the meta veil. I think that would have been better. I regret not doing that. I just was so afraid of spoiling it. I didn't want to tell anybody, because that was the only way that this was a secret for so long.
It's very true. It's hard to keep this sort of thing first a secret. what were okay? For some reason,
Yeah.
Thyra's trying to take part in the conversation, but for some reason, my Twitch is not letting them chat. But they said something was easily found because there is a portal there. Oh yeah, because this place would have been
Yeah.
found because
It
there's a
was.
portal right next door.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Megan's reroll, Michael was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna pop in and take a quick rest." He walks in, he's like, "What the hell? What?" Sends a letter to Roland. The whole thing unravels, just because of that random decision. It was so good.
It's a very Mikey thing as well. It's like, hey, I found something.
Yeah,
What
I
this?
found an evil ritual location. You should maybe come check it out. I know we just captured this guy.
But I think it might actually be him.
Yeah, exactly. The Eliza. Well, I feel like I should continue the Osidia stuff. We'll get to the Eliza. Osidia, you know, after they have this nice conversation about how he wants to give her purpose because he thinks she doesn't have purpose. They do the slasher thing. She gets knocked down. I have a list of slash S's that were just totally wild. Like, I can hear your blood singing.
Oh
It wants me to let it free and stuff like that. I'm having an incredible time. I loved that whole scene. The pre-conversation, the hunt, it was not even fair because I was totally maxed out on speed.
Right.
So I tried to make it as interesting as I could. The post conversation, she was like trying to figure out why he was doing this, and he was like, I'm trying to spread a message to people and give you a new start in the process because I think that you could use one. I feel like you've had a really rough life, and I want to, make your life worth something. And she starts to agree. She's like, "Oh, I understand where you're going, what you're going for here, but you really have to kill people." And he's like, "My art is about the beauty of life and death, and all these other things. Like, there's nothing that gets the message across to people. It is like the ultimate shock value." And the emotions that people feel whenever they see art is something that's important for him. Later on, his whole MO was, I'm just going to maximize the emotions that my pieces of art, my sculptures, give people. And she starts to act like she says that she understands. I think based on what I've heard, that her character starts to somewhat believe it.
Yes. Yep, that appears to be the case.
And she's right in that he starts to realize, oh shit, Osidia is maybe the only person who can understand what it is that I'm doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she may be one of the few people who will actually understand my message, and that it could potentially change her life. And he's in a very awkward position in that he kind of doesn't want her to die a little bit. And I did have him tie the knots weekly so that she could potentially escape. I had the forgetting the nails thing is just because he was kind of dumb and also was getting overconfident.
Right.
That's something that real serial killers do,
Yes.
and that's responsible for them getting caught, is they just keep escalating, or they get too comfortable with making a kill and they mess up. And I really tried to feed into that. And so that was those two reasons were the reasons that she escaped. And I really liked how much of an impact it had on her character and other people's stories as well. She basically her character moved in the direction that he initially intended people to move from the first kill, from Kishi's kill. And later on, when he was looking, when it was Indus looking for love, you know, and he was just basically trying to date as many people as possible. Sorry, Thyra. There was some real chemistry between the two, and they started chatting, and they actually have a lot of similarities. He realized. He didn't realize that she was a killer as well, but it's very funny how there was this chemistry between these two mass murderers, and neither of them knew it at the time, and how kind of like similar and opposite their backstories were. But he ended up asking her to go on a date, which caused a whole bunch of drama with Thyra later.
Very true. And that was super interesting because by total accident, Shaw kind of had a hand in that. Because the date that Indus and Osadia went on, by that point, there was like a weird aberrant bond thing happening among the aberrants, one of which was between Shaw and Osadia. And one of the things that we went with was some of it was like outright telepathy. Some of it was I don't know exactly what the others had, but for Osadia and Shaw, I think it's like an instinct thing, because they are both, the vibe that both these characters were going with were like, they're kind of turning a little animalistic. So I was like, it would be things like territory, that sort of stuff, that when he touches natural bodies of water, he can, whatever he's feeling in that particular way, the primal way, she can feel that. And when she is on natural grassland and in natural forest, it works the other way. And eventually they became capable of intentionally sending things to each other. At the time that Indus touched her and she sort of lashed out and the teeth came out, the claws came out and stuff, because you were in the meadows, she sends me a DM and says you feel panic, caution, and then calm. And I was like, oh, I know exactly what's happened. Someone has touched, and and we always gave each other a direction. I personally, I never said I'm at this specific location if we had our markers off. I would be south of this location, north of this location. But because where you were at the Iron Will Temple, that is the location that she had originally revealed herself to be aberrant to Shaw on the docks. And so she was just she sent me there and was the place where it all started. And I was like, interesting, you're over there right now. So he, in a fit of protective instinct, legs it that direction, and I see the two of you sitting there, and I just hide around the corner, and I was there for a lot of the date from that point onward. When did
you arrive?
Ooh, it was short, maybe 5 minutes after she had lashed out.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. I basically got there when you were I'm gonna jump in the water, I'm gonna go for a swim, and she was like, I'm gonna go for a swim too. How far out can you swim? Yada yada yada, all that sort of stuff. It was sort of near the tail end. Yeah. And it was great because she said something, I don't remember exactly what she said, but she basically told him, you are not safe here right now. Because I had sort of dipped into the shoreline, and because by that point they had figured out that this bond thing existed, and I sent her a DM back saying, there is a predator right around the corner that is itching to attack something, because he had this protective instinct over her. And so she said something to him you're not safe here right now. This is actually incredibly dangerous. But she said it in such a way that was haha, this was great. You should go home now. And so
I think, I think that Indus, I gave Osadia a lot of clues that Indus was the killer. And I was wondering if maybe that's why she was so freaked out, because
I see.
I did mention like how much he liked art. He said that he was going to go buy honey from Wormwood earlier at in her tavern,
Mm-hmm.
and just like a bunch of little things like that. Um, and so I wonder if that was it. It's very funny to me that you were there, because after that, I think we went into the Iron Will Temple and saw where you had like
that
written a bunch of shit on the wall.
So that was at the beginning. I wasn't there for that. I Dreamy
Oh,
told me
okay.
later that one of the first things that you guys did, like, oh no, I think it was in character though. So he was like, yeah, he was super proud of his portraits and things, but he was really upset when he went in because I had been there with Vile a few days
Yeah.
prior, IRL, I think, because Vile had come over
Mhm.
and I think Hannon had only just been killed. I think. It was right after a murder. It was really, really recent. And he came over and he was no, it was the Ida refineries had been stolen. That's what it was. And Vile was like, the Raven Queen has told me that I should go find them. So I'm trying to figure it out. And so Shaw was like, okay, I'll see what I can do. I don't know how much of an investigator I am. So we started going actual investigator mode, trying to figure out where could they have taken them, follow the waterways. And one of the things we settled on was, I wonder if they sailed to Ironwill Temple, because that's on the southern coastline. That could be easily reached from the waterways of where the Ida refineries disappeared from. So we went and had a look there, and I went in, and that's when I, as the player, was like, oh, I'm on the ward here. I forgot. It's been so long since I was here. And I went
What?
and looked
What?
inside, and I read the ledger, and I was like, and that's when I went, something's wrong. Something's not right here.
Actually, you weren't on the ward. I replaced the ward but kept it open. I wanted other
Oh.
people to be able to come in and look at the clues, but not like destroy it and take stuff.
Oh, I
That was my
see.
yeah,
Because my name's on
that's
it.
why I set it up that way.
I don't remember hitting E on it. Maybe I
Oh,
did, and I just
maybe
wasn't paying
you
attention.
added. Yeah.
But yeah, I went in there and I read the book, and I was like, okay. And there was a bit in there, and I feel so bad about this. I'm hoping that you have a write up. There was more in the ledger, but as I was like clicking pages and stuff, you know how books, if you don't click directly on the arrow, it highlights a bunch of shit. I was
Oh yeah.
I was fucking around with my keyboard, and I hit either delete or backspace, and it erased a bunch of something. And it was to do with saying that the Eisenwald family had utilized Iter in some way to like impact their
Yeah.
enemies. It was something like that. And I was like, oh Christ, Control Z? Nope, Control Z does not work. And I was like, had I cut it instead of delete? So I felt really freaking bad about that. But I was like, okay, surely he has like a write up, and because of what I'm about to do, I don't want to like give away that it was Shaw that did it. So I feel really bad about that. I'm hoping that you have a full write up of
Yeah,
what was in
I
there.
have a full write up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what I did
I
then,
basically wrote that outside and copied it in. Yeah.
yeah. So what I did was after that, I wrote what I wrote, which was like the Eisenwald family used Iter against people or something like that. However, because there was nothing on the signs at that stage, so I wasn't like
Yeah.
erasing shit because otherwise I wouldn't have done it. That would have been very bad form. But I wrote all of that because I was like, maybe this is going to make him act up. Because at that point, Shaw was already kind of suspicious. Now he was very suspicious. Seeing all of the Iron Will stuff, he was like, there's something, I don't know what it is. There's something weird about this guy. I just know it. And so I thought maybe
Yeah,
this is going to make him make a mistake.
it pissed him off and he was paranoid, but he didn't have much to go on
Of course,
to as to who it was. So I I mean he did fuck up, but I don't think it was because of that.
yeah. Yeah, no, it
But
wouldn't have had
it
much to do
certainly
with it.
didn't help. Um, but yeah, that is so interesting to me. I'm glad that you did that and that you had this sense that, oh, something's wrong with Indus, because I was really trying to play that up. I was really just trying to let everybody know, like, Indus is not psychologically well.
Yes. And that's
I know that you may like him, but he is fucked up.
everything I ever
Yeah.
heard about him. Because again, we only met in character like twice, and then the third time was on the day of your execution. So I never had a chance to talk to Indus to get it from him.
Mhm.
All I ever heard was from other people, and I think maybe that's why I was like, something's wrong. The rest of you are getting like in real time you're talking to him and hearing this stuff, but after the fact, I'm reading the notes that that were made, and people have sent me stuff and are talking about him, and sure as they're like, are you not seeing what I'm seeing? There's something wrong with this guy. But again, there's no evidence, there's no way for me to like interrogate him without maybe like giving himself away, and he didn't want to give himself away. He wanted to try and figure out so that he could nail the guy. But yeah, which I found really, really thrilling, because I was like, if I can figure out what it is, I'm going to be so happy. So when he turned out to be the murderer, it was a proper "I knew it" moment. I knew it. I knew there was something wrong with this guy.
Yeah, that is awesome. I had hoped to like give that epiphany moment to as many people as possible. I hope that people really enjoyed it. I had the time of my life finally revealing. I know that I gave a lot of people goosebumps.
The raving
yeah,
rant at the end in the prison.
the raving rant.
Masterfully done. I loved it. Being able to keep that up without ending up with like ums and ahs and using all the filler language, you would just keep going and kept going and kept going. It was so good.
I had practiced. I had practiced the final reveal.
Dang.
I was like, this is gonna be so fun. I'm gonna have an amazing time. And sure enough, I just started going. And people would ask me questions, and I'd be like, actually, Ungold, voluntarily, you know.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm stuttering now because I'm tired, but at the time, it was so good.
It was amazing. I loved it.
Yeah. Mora had a clue, but her job was to make it better, not worse. Yes. Mora and Eliza were the only ones, I would say, that knew the full extent to which Indus had suffered a terrible life.
Mm-hmm.
Because part of it was, I wanted to do a little bit of this noble from a very privileged family actually had it really, really messed up, and actually had a terrible childhood and so on. It's funny because I had really tried to be tortured the whole time, and to reveal this, to sort of reveal more of his psychosis, and a girl was the only one who did it. I tried to get the Navy to do it, but all they did was feet stuff, and now there's a meme that will never die about Indus and getting his feet tickled, and also touching people's toes whenever he fights them.
Toe toucher.
Toe toucher. So a girl captures and tortures him. He's doing it to save Eliza, and because Eliza had apparently been kidnapped. Oh yeah, favorite part was Silas's relationship coach. Oh, how do you feel knowing that your relationship coach was a serial killer? I out of character, I wanted to be tortured so bad, and then in character, they said that I wanted to be tortured, which was not the case. Indus does. I get so lucky with people doing their jump stuff because I will slash their feet and get the hit.
Oh, that's what that means.
Yeah. So that's what toe toucher means. He does not actually have a thing for toes. He's actually kind of repulsed by toe stuff as a result of what the Navy did to him. But it is a funny meme. So he finally gets tortured by a girl, and I'm doing like the /S. I want to taste your blood. Being full Sculptor, because I'm like, I want to give a lot of hints to a girl because a girl is somebody who isn't trusted.
True. Yeah.
A lot of people don't like a girl, so I was like, I can take more liberties here. And, during it, she's torturing him really bad. It's like incredible. Andy is the best torturer. If you ever want to get tortured by Andy. It was amazing. And I was, RPing like he doesn't get broken because he has this background with it, because of his father, and he mentions it to her. And I don't think that she ever put together. I think that a girl expected, or maybe Andy expected more blowback from this. But what it did to Indus psychologically is actually to get him to associate a girl with his father.
Dang.
Which is a very complex relationship.
Yeah, no kidding.
He is really good. In that he, hated her, but was also afraid of her because when he was little, his father was in a position of power. And so he didn't really do anything against a girl. He was kind of in this learned helplessness with a girl. Raven, you saw I went nuts. I went nuts with him in the DMs. Okay, he was such a psycho in the DMs. And you saw him on day one when he went psycho on Wormwood. And I think you were there for maybe you weren't there for him going psycho on Thedrian. But yeah, so that was a really interesting dynamic. Yeah, I feel like we got way off track from the Osidia stuff because I was answering chat.
That's all right. So what else with so with Osidia, he forgets the nails because he's a little bit silly, and the hubris is coming in.
Yeah, the hubris is coming in. He's like, I let you get away. I have to kill you, basically. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't want to kill you, but I feel like I have to kill you because no witnesses. So he writes her some creepy letters. I send one of them on Halloween, and I'm kind of proud of that. Go look up the compendium of creepy letters.
Oh, yeah.
I'm proud of those. I really enjoy those. And he's still like, Osidia is going to be my masterpiece, but I messed up because I'm not good enough. And so he's like, I got to kill more people so I become a better sculptor, obviously.
I got to practice.
I got to practice. And so Ungold is the next kill that is sort of in that vein. He's just like trying to perfect his art. And but later, whenever he runs into her, he's like, wow, I think that Osidia, you might be one of the few people who can understand me. And I think that if the season had been longer, he might have told her about it in character. Especially if she confessed to him that she murdered a bunch of people. Mm-hmm. And, that could have been an alternate universe where they just had like the most messed up, Dexter and the poisoner relationship.
Where Indus gets a sidekick.
See ya, sheep. Yeah, Indus gets a sidekick. That would be so fun. If anyone, I'm not going to play a serial killer next season, obviously, but in the future, if you want to play a serial killer, we could do a tag team thing.
Ooh.
Just saying that for everyone in the audience.
We've got a proven formula. The meta shield works.
We do. The meta shield works. So much credit to Deuterian for making this happen and helping manage this.
Being the organizer.
Oh
basically.
My gosh, I cannot thank him enough. Osidia and Indus had a very different relationship than Shaw and Osidia, and that theirs was, I would want to say, more elemental.
Ooh.
With Indus kind of representing fire and her representing water. And just because he is such a hothead and he does get worked up and he goes, basically insane with rage, and she became an aberrant, which is funny because I had actually planned at one point for Indus to become an aberrant. He was going to become like a mini version of Pyre, like Pyre, but obviously way less OP. Because I think that was probably the most appropriate set of abilities or change for him to have. Unfortunately, I talked about it with Weisenbach. Lorenz died around this time, and I was like, I cannot do this to people. I cannot give Weisenbach more drama right now. And also, they said that they would kill me if this, in fact, did happen. And I was like, what a shitty way to end an epic serial killer arc. Is the serial killer accidentally becomes a aberrant and then is just killed. You know, so.
We can't have everything.
Yeah, we can't have everything. Raven, I look forward to your character torturing mine in the future. I'm also good at torturing, as evidenced by Nacho in season 12 against Slatra. Oh my gosh, that was so incredibly fun. Let's see. I did sign a CK agreement, yeah.
So who, after Ungold, who was the next target?
The next target was Hannon.
Hannon. This is where I started playing again.
Yeah, so I killed Hannon.
Yeah.
There was she put in a request to the Tarian beforehand. I don't know why nobody answered my request. It was always I got people to kill. Nobody who I wanted to kill agreed to it. But anyways, Hannon was on the list. And she gave me a bunch of stuff to go on. I was like, they have this history because of the Bramwell report.
Truth was Hannon, wasn't it?
And, sorry, what?
Truth was Hannon.
Yes, Hannon was Truth. Because of her wanting, the aim of the paper, and also her secretly being a Primus spy or whatever. Yeah. And so I sort of, the Sculptor figured that out from her, that she was a betrayer basically, and wanted to reveal the truth that she was a betrayer. And also that Truth was the most fitting for her because that's what she said she was pursuing. So I set that up in the Bramwell report. I thought that people would find it on their own, but they actually didn't. And I released the lore for that early. And that gave people a clue, I think, that for places to look. They found... Yep, see ya.
Let's go to the site of Hannon's death.
Yeah. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Alright, no worries. Let's take a brief little break while I warp in here and we take a little look at the site of Hannon's death. As soon as I find it. Hey look, I found it. The Bramwell report. Dark and empty. I believe this is... Actually, yeah. I was just up the road in Havenholm right after the fight in the sky with Echo and Cutie Pie. And Kestrel comes running up and sees Hannon's dead. Which is crazy because this is only like kill 5. So I'm wondering how long ago she was killed. Curious to learn that. Has it all been cleaned up by now? I think it might have been. Oh no, here's the signs at least. Attack from front, not on guard, no sign of a struggle. Quill snapped and lodged in her throat. Eyes sewn open with thin twine threads. Honey drips sealing her lips together. Rope marks on wrists, ink smeared on the cuffs. Throat slit clean, pools of blood. A hammer fixed in her right hand. Lighter in her pocket. Got rotten meat here.
I'm
Truth
so
carved
glad
into
that
her
this is
chest.
still up.
It's cool. The corpse, of
I,
course, isn't there, but these are still there.
yeah, I had a lot of so basically to walk you through how I would do these is I would ask for information on the character. I would try and come up with, what the most appropriate word is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then I would draft some clues. Some of them were long-standing clues, like the honey. I just sort of kept building onto it.
Mm-hmm.
I started adding coins from Unggold because he was a follower of Marsil.
Right.
Um, and you can see there are a lot of clues here. Some of them are just descriptions of like, oh, I want you to know that Hannah knew the killer,
Yeah.
like, or was close to the killer. Other things are like, I want you to know that this person was kind of a piece of shit. As in the Eider in her pocket in the Primus book there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, just a lot of like describing the scene and also trying to leave just the right amount of clues.
Not on
I
guard
tried
is a
to
big
make it,
clue, because that's the one that says she knows who this person is and she trusted them.
yep, somebody that she trusted. Yeah. Um, I as I didn't really get to finish earlier, I was trying to do like a guess who thing with this, where like people would gradually get more information. Like with the Unggold thing, the big thing was that it was a man who was the killer. Um, Also from the survivors, we know that he was obsessed with art. That in my mind, a lot of those things that I did were clues that this was a noble or somebody who was closely associated with nobles.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the honey led back to Weisenbach.
Uh-huh.
And then of course you have the hammer, which was made by Ronald Ann,
Yeah, I
which
think the
that could
hammer
be
is
a
gone.
number of places. Yeah. But yeah, that was sort of my mind space, and I had originally planned on him getting caught around the end of Plains.
Mm.
Things went a lot slower because there were no kills after Unggold. There was
Right.
that month and a half of dry spell. Also, the Bramwell report died,
It did.
so that really put a damper on keeping people's interest with the serial killer story. Um, but fittingly, Hannon was the first one to put in a request in a long time. um, After that, I had done some coordination with Deuterian. I was like, I want somebody to figure out that it was me. I need somebody to figure out that it was me. So I had known for a while that Kestrel was like the number one hunter of the
Investigating,
Sculptor.
yes. Because of Kesey.
Investigator. Yes, because of Kesey. She was there from the beginning. So I was like, hey, can you reach out to Kestrel to see if we can do a reveal? Maybe she just sees his face while he's doing a murder. Later I decide I'm going to give it even more hint and have her hear him as he's like talking through it. But he and Wormwood basically volunteer to be a part. Well, him, Deuterian, Autumn, and
Oh god, who was the third one? Just a moment, I'm about to go to the graveyard.
Mike, but gosh, Hutch. They all agree to be killed by the serial killer, and I'm like, this is perfect because I just had him do this like ritual where he believes he's basically been transformed into a new being, a greater being. I'm starting to sound like the Sculptor right now. Basically, I'm like, what does he do it makes total sense that he would up the stakes. He'd be like, I'm so good, I'm going to kill 3 people at once, and turn them all into sculptors. So that was the reveal that I planned on. It actually went really bad because Kestrel crashed. Kestrel showed up. She saw that it was Indus. She heard it was Indus. She started to sneak around, and then she crashed.
Oh, her game crashed.
That somebody was there. Her game crashed, and I searched around for her. I'm like, girl, I wanted this to be more dramatic.
Because you don't realize that she's crashed.
I didn't realize she's crashed. And she comes back on. I'm out of there because I gave up looking for her. And we end up having to do it later.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that video that you saw was actually take 2.
Oh, no.
I wish I had seen her initial reaction, but I think she was still shocked enough from it.
Mm-hmm.
That it was good. But yeah, I had a ton of time with that dialogue of like explaining it. Yes, it was me the whole time.
Yeah.
And that thing. I also really enjoyed the do you want to be a sculptor next to them, or do you want to be your own thing?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't allow witnesses. And after a long dialogue, she ran away. And it was incredibly fitting that the reason that she got away is because of the aberrant
the
cloak
feather
that
cape.
she
Yes,
had.
I've seen that video,
cape.
and we can hear you going, "Dang aberrant cape," or something like that.
Yeah. Damn aberrant cape. But I'm like, Indus, as messed up as he is, he still did not touch Eider for the entire season.
Dang.
Or anything really with Eider. Other than food, which is kind of questionable with food made with the sap that gave Eider. He ate a few of those. But other than that, very minimal Eider exposure. But yet he was also a serial killer. So, obviously he had his moral priorities right.
Yeah. You've got to have standards.
Yeah, you gotta have standards. Let's see. So, Kestrel gets away. I'm like, what would Indus do? Well, he would go and try and establish an alibi. So he immediately runs to where he knows other people are, which is near the roll end. That's a very natural place for him to be. And he's just sort of chilling there, talking with people. And Kestrel shows up, and he's like, I'm realizing I should probably talk more about the triple murder here before I get too far ahead.
So let's delve into that then.
Yeah, this one I wanted it to be a little bit sloppier, because he's expanding his scope after the ritual. I love that my last kill was the Death Broker.
Oh,
it's, beautifully poetic. Also, the fact that the last kills were Wormwood, was finishing off Wormwood when he started with Wormwood. You can check the coin values right there, and it's like 280. It should be like
a 1.
The honey price.
Oh yeah, that's right, because item stands are coins. 1.
Oh yeah, dang. I guess people would have had to remove it.
Yeah. Oh, I think people took them. What the hell? It's just 111.
They took them. Took them. That's sad. But yeah, those are the Nitwit coins, which only 5 people had.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I wanted this to be a mess, and I wanted the addition to be flowers for them. Because he, in his mind, is like, oh, I performed this ritual. I'm a beautiful butterfly now, and I'm, gonna really show the world the meaning of beauty.
Yep.
And um, I finished setting this up, but I continue to act like I'm still setting it up here. And that's when Kestrel shows up. They use the blood pool and the blood on the wall here to basically accuse him of being sloppy, which is accurate.
Yeah.
It's difficult to kill 3 people in the same place.
Oh, absolutely. All within quick
about that.
succession.
Yeah. So I chose innocence for Timmy, because when Indus was early on saying, "Oh, everyone in Wormwood's evil. They're all a bunch of thieves." People would point to Timmy and be like, "Oh, Timmy's innocent." But I also know that Timothy's a pickpocket, and that he tried to pickpocket Indus, or attempted to. And so I chose innocence. I didn't have a lot of time with Millie, but what I did was very much just her being, a very down-to-earth farmer, and in his messed up noble eyes, being a lot more animalistic than he was.
Instinct would have been a good one for sure, because he was constantly talking about you need to trust your instinct. Whatever your gut tells you, you do that. But with the peace thing, Shaw's point is that he's not just gonna come out and be open and say it. But now that the season's over, I can. A very appropriate name for him, if we ever had him murdered, would be Restraint. Because that's what he meant when he's like, it's not because of peace that I refused to, do this, that, and the other thing. It's because I restrained myself.
Yeah, I think that if he had considered Shaw a real target, he probably would have done more research and realized that.
Yeah.
But he was just using the threat of killing Shaw as an avenue to get to Mora.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really fun. It was. You gave me a great opportunity to have a fantastically dramatic scene with a couple of people. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Osidia. And I think it was one of the few times that Osidia showed how much she cared about Shaw, rather than being like, "Oh yeah, I don't care. I'm going to be an animal. I'm going to swim away one day anyway." And he was like, "Yeah, like, I'm going to have to be more careful with what I do and who I trust right now, going forward." And a bunch of people were around him. And I think Osadi said, "Why's that?" And he said, "Because I'm one of the next targets." And a bunch of people, it just went totally dead silent, because nobody knows anything about Shaw. Why the hell would he be a target? And Osadi was like, "Are you serious?" And that's how a bunch of different people found out about the letter that you had sent to Mora. And that's how things started getting the ball rolling, and how I got more involved in this, and I started to care a lot more about what was going on. So you gave me a fantastic in on being like, Shaw now wants to protect these people and be around people more, because he understands he's a loner, but he's still cautious and he's still smart. He's like, I'm not just going to stay on my own all the time. That would be the dumbest thing ever, because the Sculptor has killed all of these people. I don't know how good he is at ambushing someone like me. I'm not going to take that chance, because I like being alive.
Yep. I am so glad that you experienced that, and that it worked how I wanted it to. Like, you getting involved in this because of that is exactly why, I did that letter that way. So I wanted people talking about the Sculptor again. I wanted to get more people involved.
It worked. That next week, it was on most people's lips. It was like, Mora got this letter, and we need to do this. We need to do this. We need to figure out who it is. Yeah, it worked. It worked a treat. If I had done a CK for Shaw, I would have done it like Osadi did, and almost kill. And I would have done it as a clash and a failed kill. Because the whole thing about Shaw is that he follows his instincts, and he's got like a preternatural sense when there's danger around. He just, because of his aberrant vibe, is he's like a stag or a deer. Like, as soon as he hears a twig snap, boom, he's like a Looney Tunes cartoon. He just disappears in a cloud of smoke. He can move very, very fast, and he does so. And so what I was thinking was, if I were to do this, I didn't have any plans to, but if I were to have, it would have been like, we get into a scuffle, Shaw and the Sculptor, and maybe we like take each other out, but one of us wakes up before the other and fucks off. Because I'm too weak, I'm fucked up, I need to get the hell out of here. And there would be a lasting scar on both of them. And it would have been something that only, like, Shaw and whoever else he tells, you know, if he's like, yeah, I nicked his leg, or I nicked his neck, or I nicked his whatever, and then eventually it would be one of the clues that could lead towards, oh my god, it's Indus, because he has the exact same scar that Shaw gave him.
Yeah, I would have absolutely loved that. That would have been really cool. I wish there had been more time to do that.
I would have gone for it if I wasn't in the middle of Shaw's arc of becoming more emotionally intelligent.
Yeah, that would have put a big damper on that.
It would have. And we didn't have a lot of time left.
Yeah, okay, I'm catching up on chat here. I'm totally down to be torture buddies, Raven. Indus, now that I'm remembering it, a girl actually gave him an Eider hammer one time to see if he could purify it from Eider by performing an Iron Will exorcism, which did not work. It did not work, but it was fun to RP it. I don't know why Indus was such a good boy. Oh yeah, the Eider thing. He ate Pyre's food one time, and he also ate like Rivengard food, I think. Although I don't know if they made that with Eider in character. I know that you said that you got yours approved to where it isn't Eider. Oh yeah, a lot of people had fun making fun of how sloppy this last Wormwood murder was, and it was just perfect for getting him upset. Last one, I should Hutch played Vincile, who was actually Indus's cousin. He's the last one killed here. His was betrayal because he was betrayed by the family. Also, he was the one who tried to turn Indus into that aberrant that I mentioned. We had some discussion where he was going to basically put Eider in the food at the Iron Will Temple, and that it was going to be a long-term thing that eventually made him into an aberrant. But like I said, that didn't end up going through. I wish there had been more with Wormwood. Indus just hated them too much. He hated them so much and never went there, which made me feel bad because I'm actually really good friends with the people who played in Wormwood. It was kind of an awkward situation to be in. But yeah, I love out of character. I love Wormwood, and thank you so much for being the you're basically half of Indus's art, which is great. There was Kesey, and then Vincile, Millie, and Timmy. So those are that's all of the art. There were only 8 kills that were art. The rest were due to duels.
Incidental soul sucking.
Yeah, or incidental soul sucking. Yeah, the duels. Yeah, the duels were with Eliza, Megan, and Greg. I kind of feel, it was an awkward situation. I just came back from a long work trip, and oh no, it was before that. It was before the work trip. Silas had just died. Right, and Indus had actually orchestrated or tried to orchestrate Silas dying. At that point, I was like, I kind of want to be friends with everybody so that it's extra devastating when Indus is revealed to be the serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
So I was really trying to make inroads with Haven Home. I got accepted into Haven Home. I was there for like a week and a half. I was protecting it against Silas. Indus, the sculptor, also was very close to Ali and Alia, of course, and was trying to protect them. So whenever Silas stabs, runs in and stabs Ali with no good reason, she wasn't aberrant, but he didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Indus knew that, but Silas didn't. And Indus is like, I'm gonna fucking kill him. But he's like, I can't kill him because then I'll piss off too many people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll put a target on my back. So he was like, I'm gonna try and get somebody else to kill. And when he was causing a bunch of drama at the roll-in, I was like, I'm going to ask him to leave, and I'm gonna challenge him to a duel. And sure enough, I goaded him into it, even though a girl was telling them not to. And then he ended up getting killed as a result. Right there next to Indus. And, Megan, he was like the biggest character in the anti-Eider thing, which confused a lot of people. I know that Eliza was like, why the fuck are you, protecting aberrants now? And I was sort of like, you have no idea I'm the serial killer. That I have an entirely different motive for why I've been anti-Eider the entire time. Indus knows that his father was full of shit with the Iron Will as anti-Eider thing.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason he was against it for the first half is because of Anto Barzul and its anti-Eider stance. But once that religion, basically fell apart because nobody was willing to, undergo the trials, he was like, I don't really care about Eider that much anymore. He still didn't use it himself, but he wasn't like on an anti-Eider crusade anymore. And part of that was because he still wanted to keep his body pure because,
I must be pure
is
from
an
my
obsession
art.
with perfection. He's got to be pure. I feel like I'm just running around in circles here, but yeah, he actually decided that he wanted himself to be his masterpiece.
Passion.
And passion, because that's what it's all about, and that's what art is supposed to elicit. That's what it's supposed to bring out in people.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also a very passionate man. So
He loves those toes.
He hates those, actually. He's cutting off toes. He's cutting off people's toes.
He hates those
because
toes
he's so
with with a passion, you might say.
With a passion. He hates toes. He has this kind of an about face regarding Eider, which puts him opposed to Eliza, Megan, and Silas. All people who he was previously very good friends with. Well, maybe not Megan. I mean, they kind of had an understanding, but I put in a request to kill Megan as the sculptor because there was this one incident where he kicked Indus out of Rivengard and was like, ha ha ha, now we have a new merchant, we're never going to deal with Indus again, he's going to go out of business. And Indus was like, I'm seriously going to kill you, Megan, if you don't let me in right now. and I said that over and over, and I'm like, ha ha ha, I'm the serial killer, he actually means this. But he's going to act like it's a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And he gaslights the shit out of Eliza. It was like, I wasn't being serious. You attacked me. Yeah, you attacked me over a joke. but it actually wasn't a joke. And I put in a request to kill Megan, but he turned it down.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Eliza's gut feeling was right. Eliza knew. She definitely knew that there was something wrong with Indus for a long time. Um, so yeah, there's your vindication. The girl thing happened. So a girl kills Silas, and I'm like, Indus thinks that Silas is that a girl is like her dad. He's not gonna. Well, he kind of wants to kill her, but he's kind of, he's got these complex feelings. Maybe he can try and resolve some things. Yeah. The Graves thing, that was supposed to be Eliza's big hint that Indus was a serial killer. Like the single names on the graves, the just absolute insanity of it. But yeah. So a girl gets taken into custody. She's basically a servant of Roland and Indus at this point. Megan and Eliza are really upset that she just killed Silas like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Eliza and Megan, they challenge, I don't know the details, they challenge her to a duel, or they try and kill her, I think. And she begs for her life and swears loyalty to them. Now Indus is like, fuck. I thought that I had the best fighter in the realm under my control. But now a girl is under control of Eliza, who is now directly opposed to me for philosophical reasons. So he's like, I'm going to try and kill Eliza. I'm going to use this as an excuse to kill Eliza, and I'm going to steal her soul, and I'm going to use it in the ritual that I'm planning to do. And so, yeah, I can, I'm like, I really want to, I am just like so much, I want to kill Eliza now for this, that I basically will it into existence, and we end up doing a CK for CK. It really, in retrospect, it really wasn't fair because, as Sheep mentioned in the earlier call, he doesn't really PvP. I'm so happy that he joined in with this. But it wasn't really a fair fight. I also kind of didn't want the serial killer arc to end there. I think that would be a really shitty death as well. It's just like, oh, all the shit that was building up and about to explode. Oh, he's dead.
I see.
Yeah. But he defeats, Roland and Braun and Indus defeat them. And the conditions is that they would get to choose if they died or not. And I'm like, here's where I look like a psycho in front of everybody. Because Indus was like, I've wanted this for a long time. Your journey is at an end. And it's like, where did this come from? It's like I tried to intentionally do a different accent as well, or trying let the Sculptor voice slip in, and I think that people realized that something was wrong with Indus, but they didn't put together that he was a serial killer. I still am a little bit baffled by this, because I feel like there were a lot of clues pointing towards Weisenbach, and I think Indus was definitely the most insane person at Weisenbach. But yeah, the terms were set up for Eliza to lose. I do think one of my big regrets, just to answer a question ahead of time, is that I didn't tell Eliza about it out of character earlier, and we could have coordinated a much better death for Eliza.
I see. It's something that you can learn for later, basically, or anyone. It's one of the common
Yeah.
threads of this series is that a lot of this comes down to chatting to the other people. I guess one of the
Hmm.
questions
Yeah.
that can go into the pretty long list, most likely, of the things that you ask and say is like, what do you, the victim of this, the receiver of this, envision it to look like? What would be cool for you?
Yeah.
Trust Raven more.
Trust Ravenmore. Yeah, that's one that I learned for sure. Well, yeah, the thing, it's so tricky when you have a meta shield
Yes,
to talk with people more.
because there's a go
And
between.
there's a go between. What I did, so I had him basically communicate the sculptor stuff. Me, I didn't want to give it away. What I would tell people is Indus is a very dark character. He's probably not going to have a happy ending. If you don't want to get, your heart broken, stay away. Um, and I told that to a few people. Mora was one that I reached out to because after it became apparent that the Eliza romance was not going to work, me and my evil brain, I was like, who would be the second most fucked up person for Indus to get in a relationship with?
Uh-huh.
And I was like, him and Indus and Mora already had chemistry, and he killed two of the people that she loved. So, there was a part of me I was like, this is maybe too messed up. this is maybe a bridge too far here. I can tell with some people, you can sort of tell that they would love this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Raven, I could tell would love like the oh shit, I'm in love with a serial killer arc that I had planned at the beginning. I think Osidia also is the type of person who would love that arc.
Yeah, I think
For
she'd go
someone
for
like
it.
Mora, for someone like Mora, Thyra, I'm like very cautious, and I like communicate. There's Indus is not. He's not husband material. Let me just say, there's something very wrong with him, and the story is going to be very dark and depressing. And uh, Mora, yeah, Raven, I know you're a sucker for fucked up shit. Yeah, that's why I love playing with you, because I also am. Um, Mora, I reached out and she was like, this. I had some stuff happen in my personal life recently. I really can't handle stories about death. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put a pause on this. And she said, oh, maybe you can do Bachelorette round 2 with her. I was like, I'm gonna lean into this as being a possibility. But I knew that I was probably going to be dead by the time that the Bachelorette 2 happened. And in fact, I was the day before.
Yes.
Um, so, um, that never ended up happening. I think that would have been deliciously evil if that had been a thing. But I'm kind of glad for Mora's sake that it was not a thing.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
It's one of those
Yeah,
examples
true.
of why checking in with your RP people is a very good idea. It is universally a good
Yep.
idea.
Yep. It is a good idea. It is tricky with a situation like this. I tried to
Yeah.
do the best that I could, of simultaneously trying to reach out to people and let them know that there's, that there will be issues if you get close to Indus, but also, trying to keep it a secret at the same time.
Yeah.
I think I aired a little too far in the keeping it a secret.
Right. Okay.
But I did keep it a secret the whole time, which is incredible.
Oh yeah, very hard to do with
You
the.
have no idea how difficult it is. I was in so many voice calls where people were talking about it, and I just had to keep up my facade.
Oh, I wonder who it
And
is.
man, I wonder. Yeah. Oh man, that's crazy. I can't believe nobody knows who it is. It's me. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the moment, let's go, because I think at this stage we've covered all of the murders. Have we?
Yep. We have covered all 17 souls at this
All
point.
17 souls. All right. So I can only speak from my perspective. There's the sky fight with Echo and Cutie Pie. Then there's the dungeon fight and everything. I am at Haven Home. I went down like 5 times between medical kits and the wounded timers. And so after the fight, I RP it as he's messed up. He's wiped out. At Haven Home, people are chatting, this, that, and the other thing. And suddenly, Kestrel runs up, freaking out. And I hear, I think it's Stylus and Kaliel outside. They're like, what's the matter? And she just goes, it's Indus. It's Indus. Indus is the murderer. Because she'd just found Hannon's corpse. And no.
Oh, wow.
That was a little while before. No, yeah, she came from. No, I think she had just come from Wormwood. I think she had beeline straight for it. I'm thinking of something else, but I don't know why.
Yeah.
No, because it was a little while earlier. No, I'd been in a similar situation where someone else was like, Hannon has just been found. That's a different situation. So she must have just beelined from Wormwood after you guys had your scene where she finds out that it's you. And Kenzo goes with her, and I'm like, I want to go. I want to go with them, but I can't because I'm supposed to be, weak and fucked up right now. God damn it.
Yeah.
And so I think about an hour goes by or something. I think a couple of days goes by in game. And Shaw is basically like, I want to go home. I don't want to be stuck in Ollie's clinic any longer. I want to go home. I want to be able to be with my forge and with my area again. And I can see the markers all in Wormwood. And I'm like, I want to be there, but I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to be there because Shaw doesn't know. All he knows is that it's Indus. And one of the reasons that he wants to leave Haven Home is because he's like, I'm pretty sure Indus knows I'm here. And if Kestrel knows it's him, is he going to accelerate his plans and going to come after me? If he is going to come after me, I need to be home where I have access to all my gear and all of by that time, all of the ITER shit that he has access to. So he's like, I can better defend myself on my own territory if he comes for me. And so I go there, and I see a mass of markers headed south. And in my mind, I'm like, is it because Indus is on his way here and they're chasing him down? And I was looking at the map going, guys, you can't freak me out like this. Oh my god, what's about to happen? But of course, I don't know that. I just have Shaw at home, basically solo RPing medical stuff, drinking potions, bandaging himself, redressing wounds, that sort of stuff. And I have him sitting on the dock, and I see people across the river going towards Weissenbach. And so he's like, huh, that's weird, although I've seen weirder, so whatever. And eventually I think it's Ezra and maybe Slagger, one of the Skillhelm guys, running directly past the hall, and I'm like, oh, I'm in! So I come out the door, and I go, hey, Ezra, because they know each other. And she's like, yeah? And I'm like, the hell is going on? I keep seeing people, usually that means that something's happened, and hooray, I get the scoop. They come over, and they're like, Indus is the murderer, and Shaw's like, and Indus has been arrested by Roland. Oh, okay, let me get my horse, because I can't run right now. Because that was just part of the RP that I decided to do. So I go to Weissenbach, and you've got Bronn. I think that's where I roll up, and you talked about how you heard me show up, going, what the fuck is going on? And that's where we have a little bit of a back and forth, where they face each other, and Shaw is like, alright, well, you're a lost cause. Anyway, you're in prison, so go fuck yourself. And Thyra is there, Shaw's best friend. And so he's like, I gotta make sure that Thyra's okay, because she's my best friend. And Thyra's being herself. being like, go screw, it's all over or whatever. And then it becomes the case of like, well, we kind of need to, no, that was after, because we didn't know that it was him yet. I show up and they're like, well, we need proof, and we go to Iron Hearth, and then Mikey finds the temple. We go in there. Roland explains this was Anto Barzul, this. Everyone heads off to Weissenbach, and by this time, my horse had been stepped on by an elder. Because no matter how tough your horse is, it dies instantly to an elder. A no-star elder. It just goes smush.
Yeah, I know that.
Well,
yeah, that happened twice.
Yeah, well, I guess that's dead. So I basically, like, I'm forced to RP limp my way to Weissenbach, doing the best that I can to, regain my strength, that sort of thing. And that's when I show up and you're having your rant and everything. And I loved Roland, because this is one of the reasons that Shaw did not respect Roland as king until that moment. Because until then, Roland had not appeared to be making his own decisions. To Shaw, it seemed like everyone was just telling Roland, hey, you should do this. And Roland's like, yeah, okay. He wasn't actually taking charge. But in that moment, he was like, all right, well, we know it's you. Here's some handcuffs. Come with me. And someone says, are you going to execute him? Damn right I am. And I was like, yeah, this is awesome. Let's kill him. So, were you at the Anto Barzul temple? After Wormwood,
I was in prison. So my timeline was, I run over to Roland to the roll-in.
Oh yeah, to blend in.
The Kestrel thing, to blend in. Kestrel comes there and confronts. It's like, I just saw him kill these 3 people. They're all like, oh well, let's go investigate. So we all run over to Wormwood. That's where they do their investigation and start trying to catch Indus in lies. Which I had already been RPing him as like really freaked out and like stuttering and stuff that he had been found out by Kestrel. But they started roasting his work, saying he was sloppy and stuff. And I was doing my rolls. I'm like, how good is he gonna take this right now? And I do a lot of high rolls, and then I do a low roll, and I'm like, okay, if they push the right button, he might just say something. So he says, he basically says that Ungold was the sculptor's opus magnum, magnum opus. He's like, yeah, that was an incredible piece of work, and also nobody knows that he had seen it because he didn't see it as Indus, he saw it as a sculptor. Flo's questioning was really good. Flo was doing, he was like playing the good cop so well. And he was just like, yeah, tell me about your day before all this, and trying to get specifics out of Indus. And Indus was like, oh, I was at the Ironwell Temple doing a ritual and all this other stuff. And it was really good, but I was like, oh, Indus would maybe eventually figure out that he's trying to do this and get his story straight. But the attacking his ego was actually what gave people sufficient proof to lock him up. Roland was a little preemptive. I feel like I probably would have given people more evidence, but he was immediately like, you're under arrest. We're taking you to Weissenbach.
And of course it would make it look worse if Indus is like, no.
Yeah. I thought about running away in that moment, but I was like, Indus is an arrogant prick who thinks that he's covered all his bases and that there's basically no evidence other than Kestrel's witness, and that he thinks he can get away with it by persuading enough people that there's insufficient evidence that he's the killer.
Right.
So he goes along with it, and he's, kind of like, oh, they're questioning him in prison. He's like, oh, well, go find your evidence then. Knowing that they would go to the Iron Will Temple and find nothing. I had hoped for a long time for there to be a trial, but
That would
it
have been
didn't really
interesting.
work out that way. It would have been really interesting. However, I had always like imagined like a cat having a cache of clues. Like I've been giving all these clues that point to Indus, but there's nothing really definitive. But I'm gonna create like a temple or something where I have like his journal and everything needed to convict him. Um, and that ends up being Anto Barzul, and unfortunately gets found out immediately. I had kind of planned for more people to go out searching for it, and for it to maybe take a little more time, and I could get more RP with people while I was in prison. Because there are a lot of people I wish that I had been able to speak to,
Mm-hmm.
like Mora, Ollie, Alia, Trent would have been interesting. Uh, Ray, yeah, the Eliza conversation would have been incredible. Um, yes, and her precious temple. Hey, I was brought in on that thing. I was one of the few members, so I feel like I had done my time. I had done a whole 4 days of Atranth, which totally sabotaged some major shit that I had planned. So I did my Anto Barzul dues in my mind. Um, uh,
So then
yeah.
you're imprisoned. The mass of map markers comes back, and
Yep.
Indus goes berserk.
Yep. Um, they came back. He was like, "Let me guess, you found nothing." And then Roland starts reading the second entry of the journal. He's just like, I'm just like, his mind is like breaking right now. He's like, "Oh, it's over. It's over." He's like, the best that I can hope for is a quick death. Is that they fulfill the terms of the ritual before they read, before they figure out what I want them to do. I had constructed for myself ahead of time different possible endings for this thing. The best one for Indus is nobody finds out that it's him, but that's boring. The next one was uh, people figure out it's Indus. He goes to trial. There's insufficient evidence because nobody finds the stash, and he's released. Another one was people realize he's the killer, but he runs away. He flees.
Right.
The next tier is what I would consider the medium endings, and the highest medium ending is Indus is found out. They get all his they find the clues, but they kill him and burn his body before they dismantle the ritual site.
Right.
And that's the one that ends up happening. And in that moment, I was like, that's the one that Indus is going to go for. So he's just going to let it all out. And he's going to let it all out and hope that they kill him immediately before they read the books. Because if they read the books, you would realize that's exactly what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he had always planned on himself being the masterpiece, not necessarily with people finding out that that it was him, but a public execution is a very emotionally evocative situation.
Isn't it?
Right?
Isn't it though?
Isn't it? Isn't it? So I was like, Indus is going to try and make this his masterpiece, and he's going to go all out. He's going to totally unleash the sculptor and get his best friend to kill him in front of a bunch of people. And that's exactly what happens. And it was beautiful. It was, dare I say, true art.
You sick bastard. You sick fuck.
I know. So Indus got his masterpiece, and it was himself. And he got the medium ending, which is he died believing that he had escaped the cycle of reincarnation that caused him so much pain in his life.
Mm-hmm.
And that he was going to spend the rest of his. He was going to spend eternity with his friends. And he's obviously insane, but it's kind of like it's a beautifully messed up, kind of sweet ending for him.
Yeah.
Um, it I man, that character lore was incredible to write. I highly recommend everyone go read it and play the song that I put there at the end. Man, that was such a beautiful. It was just a beautiful RP experience, and it had, I think, an excellent climax at that public execution.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly the sort of thing that had happened to Thedrian that he had been on the other side of. And yeah, it was very intense, and I was just smiling the whole time. It was so good.
Do you have anything that you would tell yourself earlier in the season, knowing what you know now?
Oh man, I made so many mistakes this season. I Oh my gosh. Day one, I would have been like, do not start a incredibly complicated RP with your main partner being Van, because I learned that we do not mesh. We just have totally different RP styles, and it was a disaster. Um, Things would have turned out very differently. I also wouldn't have tried to make Iron Reach a town. I should have kept the family small. It was a mistake growing it as big as it did, because we
Right.
ended up with vastly different people and RP styles. We had some people who wanted to go to war with everyone, including our allies. We had some people who didn't believe in violence at all and were like the maximum goody two shoes. A lot of those people went on to become the Guardians and then subsequently stop playing. Yeah, don't. Yes, it was very poetic,
Don't bully Mara.
Raven, and don't bully Mora. I probably wouldn't have done any sort of. I don't know. I think that the hinting at the possible romance is kind of good. I do wonder if it was a bit too much or a bit too little in your opinion, Mora. Um, I hope um, I hope that you enjoyed your part in it. As for other regrets, specifically with the serial killer, I should have been putting in more requests to kill people. I should have brought I should have hinted at it more for certain people like Raven, um, so that we could have better conclusions for those characters. Um, what else?
We are running over time, and we want to get to
Yeah,
Traffy.
yeah,
So
no,
what we can do is we can have an addendum interview for this, some
yeah,
other time. Where like
yeah,
give you a chance to sort of assemble some thoughts and post season things. Uh,
yep.
Mora screaming at Argus as usual. Uh, we can chat about sort of other things, especially because this was such an intensely complex scenario that you found yourself in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was very complex, and one session like this doesn't really do it justice. I do think we touched on everything, but it's
Mm-hmm.
so interconnected with everyone else's stories.
Yeah,
So I would like to do a follow up. Yeah.
fantastic. The last thing, of course, that I'm going to ask is, what is something that you wish people had asked Indus during the season that they didn't, or as you, what do you wish that people asked you that they never do? Not necessarily
Um,
VRP related.
I wish um I wish that other people had dug into Indus a little bit more. I was shocked that nobody like really interviewed him, or a lot of people suspected him, but I don't think that they tried to talk to him to see if they could tease stuff out, because I was prepared to give more hints if people dug. His
Mm-hmm.
interest in art is just one. Um, and I think it would have been a lot more interesting if more people had suspected him earlier as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
I should have, I wish that I had done more like attempted murders and stuff to keep it going. I wish that I had asked other people more about stuff that is relevant to the serial killer, and give clues that way. It's like, oh, why is he interested in this? Um, and stuff like that. Other than that, I wish people wouldn't have assumed that he was a good guy. I really tried to make him not a good guy, and so many people assumed he was a good guy. Um, yeah, so I wish people had reached out to me out of character and been like, where do you intend to go with this character? There were very few people who did that. Um, but yeah, so I guess it's just general, overall communication of where you're trying to take this character.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That, once again, chalk another one up for, hey, players, dig. Ask follow-up questions.
Dig in.
I like to think that because of how I played, sure, that if he had ever had a conversation with Indus, and Indus was like, yeah, I focused on 2 subjects at school, sure would have asked, what were they? Because that was the thing that Shaw tended to do.
Yeah,
maybe that's
I
just me
hope,
bullshitting.
I wish that we had had that. I hope that we had had that and it had happened, because I would have loved the drama.
Yeah.
That is something that motivates me a lot, as you can see.
Tension, drama, so that we can have a brutal resolution.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, thank you so much for coming along for part 1. We will do an addendum interview at some point in the future. I don't know exactly when, because there's still so many people that we're getting through. We've got Traffy coming up in 5 or 10 minutes, very shortly. And tomorrow, we've got... Who have we got tomorrow? Elisa and the Stylist. So tune in for that. Otherwise, hang tight, everyone, and we will be right back with...
All right.
Traffy. Thank you again, Sai. A pleasure to chat to you about what an absolute rock star you are for being able to pull this off.
Yeah, thanks so much. It was so fun to do, and thanks for interviewing me.
I'm glad I'm glad to give you the chance to speak your truth, your art, expression.
Yes, thank you.
All right, see you later, man. All right, stand by, everybody. I will be right back with Traffy. Alrighty. How are we looking? I hope that you're ready for the gent. The monk. And yes, I do have a break scheduled for myself immediately after this interview. I'm going to have some dinner, and I'm going to play video games. And then tomorrow morning, it's about 10 a.m. for me, that we will be chatting to a couple of folks. That's going to have to be really tightly bound because I have a D&D game that afternoon. So I would have to impose time restriction. I think I really need to just impose like a 2-hour limit, no matter who it is. Because this takes a lot out of me. Alright. Let's hit the button on our friend Traffy. Calling the monk.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. A little bit wiped out from digging into the Sculptor and all of the insane complexities of that. So I knew you as Ivar in Season 12.
Yes, correct.
The armor smith and the guy who tried desperately to get VALHEIM to learn how to fight rather than just swing big hunks of metal everywhere.
Yes, that was my character.
You did your best.
Season 12. I know.
But this...
I mean,
go on.
VALHEIM did get pretty far, especially like from where they started. So I would say it was somewhat of a success.
For this season, however, you were playing... Is Traffy short for something, or is Traffy actually the first name?
No, it's short for something.
Uh-huh. What is the full name?
Yeah. So the character's full name is Trafalgar Water Veylorn von Eisenwald.
Whoa, I didn't know that one. I didn't know that last bit. Alright.
Yeah.
So before we dig into the character of this season, let's talk about role-playing. How did you find yourself in the role-playing world?
So, I started understanding like role-playing while playing Minecraft, like way back when, like how many years ago has it been?
Early Minecraft years?
No, I wouldn't say early Minecraft years. I would say like in the 2014, 15.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Time. Yeah. Basically, it was kind of around the time when I wanted to find, because I used to only like play Minecraft with like my friends, you know, from like high school or like, you know, middle school and stuff. And then, you know, everyone was starting to like grow up, so it wasn't like, you know, people weren't really like playing the game anymore. And then I was like, oh, let me try playing on like a, you know, a public multiplayer server. And then I ended up finding this Avatar: The Last Airbender roleplay server.
Cool. You're a fan of Avatar?
Yes, I love that shit. I love it so much. And basically that it was that server that kind of got me to like understand what roleplay was, what it means to like create a character and like play that character, and understanding like how their personalities and like all that kind of stuff, and like obviously the rules and like things to do and not to do when it comes to roleplay.
Right, the classic terms: metagaming, god moding,
Yeah.
RDM.
Yep, all that stuff.
So I'm super curious about how exactly the Avatar role-playing worked on Minecraft, but that's gonna take us down a whole different highway of...
I mean, yeah, but to keep it simple, it was like the world was based off of like right after the end of Avatar: Last Airbender.
Okay.
So there's no Korra. Like Korra did not exist in this world. And then they had their own custom like plugin to be able to like make everything work. And then like there was a build team that basically built. It didn't have the whole world built, but they were working on like a 1-to-1 scale of the Avatar world.
Wow! Holy moly!
Yeah. And I also helped with building some of those like areas too.
For Valheim, are you a
Yeah.
builder?
I am.
You do
very
builds,
much.
okay? Because some
Yes.
folks, I'm not a builder. I add to other people's
Mhm.
builds and I change people's builds. I can't do. I do build, but I don't build like crazy stuff. I'm not a builder with a capital B.
Right.
So for
Um,
speaking of VRP, how did you find
Yes.
yourself in Valheim role playing of all places?
Okay. So I bought the game when like it came out, right? When it was like I think the furthest you're able to go to was I can't remember if it was either Iron or if it was Plains, but like it was like really early on.
Okay.
When you had to like get like early access, like before they even like allowed like public to like purchase the early access.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and then I kind of played it with some friends, and I really liked the game. But then like we never got very far because we kept dying. We were just like
Dying as in players just dropped off and didn't want to play anymore, or things came up.
no, like we got frustrated because we kept dying to like the creatures.
Oh, actually, in-game
And then,
dying.
yeah. And then my friends kind of gave up, and we're like, oh, we're not gonna play this anymore.
Ah.
So then I kind of just I put it to the side, and I was like, okay, I was like I like the game, but like I don't know if I'm gonna like play it again or whatever. And then while I was on the Avatar Last Airbender RP server, I did something that I should have not done, and I got temporary banned.
Oh dear, we all make that mistake
yeah.
sometimes. What was it? What'd you do?
I basically I found it's so bad. I found a loophole in the money system on the server, and I abused it.
Oh, naughty.
Yeah, bad. I learned. I learned. I used to have like bad problems with like cheating and shit, but like now I've learned to like not do that kind of stuff anymore.
Excellent. We all go
And
through
then,
that phase. I did.
Yeah,
I did.
So I got banned, and I was like, ah, damn. Like, what am I gonna do now? I was like, I gotta find a different roleplay server, and I couldn't really find something on Minecraft that like piqued my interest. And I was like, oh, I have Valheim. I was like, does Valheim have RP servers? And I just searched up on Google Valheim RP server.
And what's the first
VRP
one? Oh yeah.
It was VRP. It was the one that popped up. So I was like, oh, okay. Let's check it out. I kind of looked at it, and I was like, oh, their season's already going. Okay, so I applied, and then like I got to the Discord, I applied, and then I got in, and I've been here since then, since season 6.
Season 6. A few people have come in since season 6. I think that's when Bacon started playing as well.
No, Bacon started like in season 4.
Oh, even earlier. Who am I thinking of?
Yeah.
I think it was Essa. Essa said that she started in 6 yesterday.
Yeah. She definitely. There's a few of us. There is a few handful of people that are still like people that have been around for like 3+ years.
Yeah, because it started in 21. Started in season 5. Ah, there we go. Oh, that's who Fox is. Fox is Essa. Ah.
Yes.
I was trying to figure it out earlier, and they were like, "Yeah, definitely not admin earlier," and I just believed it. Oh my god, so stupid. All right, so you come in season 6. Do you have a particular kind of play style that you prefer, or like class?
Oh. I want to say no, but funny enough, I always somehow end up as like an alchemist.
Okay. Remind me, what's alchemist? What do they usually do?
So obviously this season we didn't have an alchemist, but the alchemist typically is somebody who can make potions, like is the one that makes like the drinks and stuff, and also somebody who can make the magic weapons.
I see. Like the staves or the infused iter swords and things?
No, the staff, those staves.
Just the staves, got it.
That stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any idea why you might end up in that position?
I think it's because I every time that I'm like with like a group or whatever, that class ends up being the one that people don't choose.
I see. Okay.
And I'm just like, oh, I'll do it just because like no one else wants to do it.
Just so that we have it.
Yeah, and then but also like most of the times I end up being as a weaponsmith because for me I feel like that's the um as a builder it's the easiest thing that I can like be able to like if I need to collect resources to then finish a build like my starter like to finish like whatever build that like my character is trying to work on
True. You can make the
slowly.
pickaxes. You can make axes.
Right, I don't have to like rely on somebody to be able to like, oh, I need to repair my pickaxe, and I can keep getting stone or whatever.
True. Yeah. Good point.
Or like, a lot of times, towards the end of the season, people are stopping to play, and then there's no weaponsmith, so then I end up becoming a weaponsmith. I think I've trained into weaponsmith at least 3 or 4 times.
Wow.
In VRP.
Which is interesting because this season all the armor smiths were disappearing.
Yes.
What class were you this season?
I was a cook because, well, okay, I was originally going to be a farmer, but then we realized that in the monks there was already 2 farmers, and we're like, why do we want 3? Like, there's no point having a 3rd farmer. So then I end up switching to I end up making a ticket to ask the admins to that I was like, oh my bad, I meant to select cook. So then they switched me to cook, and I was a cook, and then towards the end I trained into being a weaponsmith.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
So being a cook, did you factor that into the backstory of Traffy?
No, not at all.
No?
I tend to when I first started playing VRP, I did do that a lot. That like my character's like backstory was like the profession had some like sense in the backstory of like why like who they are. But I've come to realize that like you limit yourself when it comes to role play, at least like when it comes to like your character's like background and who they are and why they do the things that they do in character when you kind of do that. And that's kind of just like my own personal feeling about it because of like what I've experienced with roleplay doing that. And that's why now I tend to not like have anything to do with like their weapons or like their profession
Their
for
class,
like the whole
right.
backstory. Yeah.
So instead of I am a cook who is named Traffy, it's I'm Traffy and I happen to be a cook.
Yeah, I'm Traffy and I'm a monk.
Uh-huh. So let's talk about the monk. What does your timeline look like? You wash up on the shore. What did your life look like before washing up on the shore? Who was Traffy back in Gildemir?
Traffy grew up in the in the temple of Marcel.
So you were already Marcel.
Yes. My character, I created my character to be, lack of a better word, a zealot. Like somebody that like
a true believer.
Through and through is a believer and will kill for his belief.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Anything.
So you're like a paladin.
Yeah, pretty much. And the reason why we did that was because there was a few of us within the monastery where that was like the thing. Like we would go to the ends of earth to like make sure that Marcel was true and that no one will defy her ways. And so basically, yeah, he grew up within the temple, the small temple that was in Gildemir, because the original like grand monastery like didn't exist anymore. Due to reasons, because like I think the way we put it, I don't know if we fully wrote this down, but it was kind of a sense that it was like the monastery had to be like sold or like the building
burned down,
something like that. Yeah, something around on those. So then basically, because of that, we in Gildemir, like the original Gildemir, there was just a temple of Marcel, and that's basically where we like us monks like grew up. We learned our ways, our teachings, and where we trained and everything. So yeah, that's basically That's where Traffy came from. He grew up there, but he wasn't born into the temple. Yeah. Oh yeah, original burned down. Correct.
Got it.
So,
So,
yeah.
what were Traffy's thoughts about Iter and Lahail while inside Gildemir? Did he even know about it? Was he paying attention to that kind of thing?
I would say Traffy didn't really know about it because um there's a part in Traffy's lore, like backstory, where he kind of left Gildemir for a bit to kind of spread martialism outside of the city,
I
like
see.
in else lands, and he came back towards the closer to like when Gildemir fell. He didn't know about like the people missing, and then like people talking about like Aitir and like of Lahail's like you know his banishment, all that stuff that happened before Gildemir fell.
Mm-hmm. He just hears, oh yeah, some guy got kicked out. Whatever.
Yeah, and then it was like, oh, the city's burning. Oh, okay, time to get out. And then like, yeah, he was like, let's go, get out of here.
Because he's a man of action, it sounds like.
Yeah, since he's a head sworn, um, head sworns would be known to be kind of to be more direct, and we're also more trained in combat compared to like Tailsworn, as like how our lore was set.
Our tail sworn like they would be suitable as diplomats.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if anyone who met Lucan knew that he was very like soft spoken, very like precise in what he would say to people, and very like accurate, and very like good at just like basic saying what people want him to say, and was like just a very good like a very good overall Tailsworn, in the sense of like being calmer, being more being better listener, thinking before like just like going into action, and like a head sworn, which what Traffy was really about. Oh, something's happening. Oh, let's go head on. Screw. Oh, it's danger. Who cares? Let's just go for it.
I was about to say that head sworn is like head down, charge forward.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it was very much like, if you had like early on in the season, if you had interactions with Traffy, he would he would be like very kind of mean to people, and he was also like there were moments where he would instantly like just pull his weapon out because he was like, I don't trust you, or like you seem to not believe in what we believe, or you're judging us, so I'm gonna have a hard time with you.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's sort of like when
Yeah.
an animal raises their hackles.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like a display. Yeah, that's cool.
Hmm.
So how did Traffy end up as part of the Church of Marcel? Did he grow up in the
Right.
church?
He was given to the church as a child,
Oh.
as a baby, because his mother wasn't able to take care of him, because his mother was extremely poor. She was from the slums. Um, but she was a Marcellus. Like, she believed in Marcel, and that's why she was like, "Oh, I'm not gonna be able to take care of my child, but I know Marcel can, so that's why I was given up to the temple."
That's interesting. So, but that also makes it quite a lot of sense that he is a zealot because he's indoctrinated essentially. He's
Yeah.
fully in. He never had any kind of outside perspective.
Yeah, and also because of that, him knowing that he was kind of given up as a child, was like one of like the leading like conflicts that he had with when it came to like understanding his place in the world, and why he would eventually one day become the or eventually did become the Sun Rain.
the Sun Rain. What is that?
So within the Monks of Marcel, there were two leadership roles in a sense where there was somebody who was extremely devoted and understood everything about the headsworn side, and that was the Sun Rain.
Okay.
And then there was an individual who was very devoted and knew everything when it came to the tailsworn side, and that was the Moon Veil. Lucan was the Moon Veil, as Lucan was the person who, out of character, kind of had the majority of the making up the whole monks like lore and like what we were and the whole concept overall. And then a player that we no longer have with us.
Oh, I think we might.
Sorry,
Lucan's
Lucan's messaging me. And
Lucan, say hi and tell him to get in the chat.
Oops. I meant to say Moon Vein, not Moon Veil.
Moon Vein.
Yeah, Moon Vein.
Was he yelling at you that you get told?
Yeah.
Named it wrong?
It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been for a while. I'm forgetting my terms.
How dare.
And basically, where was I? Oh my gosh. Oh right. A player that is no longer with us was if you remember, Saradin was the Sun Rain.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Name. Yeah.
But basically, they were the two like leaders of the group, and they were the ones that like, if you wanted to like learn a lot about it, like our lore, a lot about like who we are and stuff like that, it was always like, oh, go to them because they were the ones that like in character would know more than the rest of us.
So one of the things, obviously, that's very interesting is von Eisenwald.
Yes.
Where did that come from? Was that pre-season or was that during season?
Yeah, that was pre-season determined. I can't fully remember why or how it happened. I remember what it was. I saw the post that they made of looking for game, like looking for connection. And I was like, huh, interesting. So then I messaged Sai if he wanted to do like some pre-group like thingy that would like lead into like some conflict.
Okay.
And then that's when we figured out, oh, what if Traffy was born as a von Eisenwald, but he was forgotten due to the fact that his birth was hidden from like our father.
Which we heard from Indus talking about how they did indeed hide certain aspects of birth, like they swapped Edric and Indus's which one was the first one born.
Right. Basically, our father ended up like falling in love with Traffy's mother. And then that's how Traffy became. But then that happened when the size the Eisenwald, like the father was already married, and Indus and Edric was already born by that time, and then Traffy was born. The Traffy's father was like, oh, I can't, this is not good, this is gonna look really bad on the family name, I'm just gonna abandon this person and everything. So then I was hidden away, and then Traffy's mother was like, oh, her heart was like broken and everything, and it's like, oh, like I can't take care of this child, and that's why I was given up to the temple.
And what happened to his mother after that?
I would say his mother like disappeared, probably died within the ruins of Gildermere.
Died in the attack, yeah.
Yeah, most likely.
So now we come to the attack happens. LaHale dies, as we find out. We find out much later. And you wash up on the shores of this strange island. Whereabouts did you show up?
I ended up south, like the deep south.
Okay, so
of the map.
Along
The coast.
Coast nearer to Ironwill? Ironhearth? Okay.
Near there.
So along the western side.
Yep.
Where did you go first? Did you have anyone nearby?
I like bumped into some random people, said hello, kind of told them that like, oh, I was a monk of Marcel or whatever. I didn't really. I had struggles playing at the beginning of the season because I had a very bad like my PC was having problems, and I would constantly like disconnect from the server.
Well, a lot of us had that problem, but for different reasons.
Yeah, but like, but it was like, aside from like the server having its meltdown, it was I just consistent was like disconnecting from the server, so it was like really annoying, and because of that, I ended up not really interacting with like almost no one at the beginning of the season, which really like. For me, that really screwed over like a lot of like RP, like a lot of RP, and I ended up just like beelining up to like where us monks decided to settle, and I just spent the whole time kind of just like in our area building, crashing, building, crashing, building, crashing, building. Oh, the build resets. Oh, okay.
No.
Building, crashing, building, crashing.
Oh, God.
So yeah, I had a horrible time at the beginning of the season. Like, it was so bad for me. It was borderline. I was nearly like very close to quitting. Like I was like, I'm not doing this. Like I can't.
After you guys got into the server, did you guys decide to build here? You just picked a spot and said, or one of you found this place and said, this'll do? Or did you guys just kind of end up here by happenstance?
They basically they explored for a bit, and then we ended up finding this place, and then where the big trees were.
Oh, the thistles, yeah.
Yeah, and we ended up choosing this place because of the thistle. That's the only reason why. They were like, thistle.
The VRPer's motivation, haha, thistle.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why we and then but most importantly, we ended up flipping on it because a lot of like our bit was obviously flipping, and like our flips would determine things.
What were some of the key early flips that Traffy did?
I don't remember who the players were because I have a bad memory, and there were a lot of them.
Yeah, the temple seemed really well populated very early on.
Yes, because we wanted to make sure people understood. We wanted to make sure that people understood, like, oh hey, we're monks. Yeah, we might be like chaotic because of our flips, but everyone's welcome. Like, you want to gamble? Come on by. Like, but basically, a lot of my early flips were basically determined: am I gonna rob this person, like beat the shit out of this person, or am I gonna just let them be? So those were a lot of my early flips.
Is that in line with how Marcel generally worked, or was that your interpretation of it?
No. Traffy, because Traffy grew up in the temple, and he had kind of like a bitter like taste to the world because like he was abandoned as a child. He had his ideology was, if you're not Marcel, you're my enemy.
I see.
That was his ideology. So whenever he had a stranger near him, he would start off by saying like, "Oh, hello, I'm," like he would be like, "I'm the monk of Marcel." Like he would try to like convince the person that like Marcel's good, you should learn about us. And if the person instantly just rejects it, that's when I flipped.
Ooh, dang. Yeah, that's head sworn
Yeah.
behavior.
hmm Um, Fortunately for all those people, I kept flipping tails, and I ended up not uh fighting them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, those were kind of my early flips. But I ended up not flipping on everything because there was a notion early on where people felt that like we flipped on everything.
That
That
is
like people
exactly
made
how I found out about it. That's what I was going to ask
yeah.
about. Do you think that caused the widespread feeling about what the temple was about?
Um yeah, I mean, I know early on we ended up getting a really like bad rep because um because of a number of reasons, but like we because of like some of us did like a flip and then because we flipped it we end up like robbing a person or doing something that was like shady, um or like we would just like casually like we'll come into a room, flip, and then like do something that the people would not expect, and then because of that people were started like kind of being like, oh, okay, we should be careful with these monks.
Mm-hmm.
um but most importantly, what like caused a huge commotion like, and with our like reputation was when I wasn't there, but a group of us were a group of the monks were basically hired. They flipped on it, but they hired us to go attack some people, and one of those individuals was Silas.
Who
Um,
hired you?
and because oh, I don't remember who was the person that hired us.
But this was
Probably probably Lucan knows.
the attack on Rivengard, presumably.
Yes, like early, like Bronze Age, like
Uh-huh.
Rivengard. Um, and because of that, I mean, they never revealed that they were monks, I think. Um, but there was like some weird, something happened, and they found out that it was the monks that did it. And then Silas started just spreading it like crazy. Um, and then that's when people started saying start like there was a good amount of people that became scared of the monks. Like whenever we walked into the room, I even though I never interacted with any of these people and I didn't fully know why like our reputation was like messed up, I felt it the instantly I walked into a room. I felt the whole room just became mellow and dark, that everyone like their guard went up, and I was like, whoa. I was like, I've never felt something like this in VRP before.
Yeah, how'd
So
that feel for
that
you?
was like, it was interesting because I like I wanted to like walk up to a place and like a tavern, get some like buy some drinks or whatever, but then like people treated me differently, even though they never met me, just because I said, oh, I'm a monk of Marcel. And then that caused me to be like, oh shit, I need to pull out my weapon. And so I end up going into places with my sword like and my shield like on my back. So if
Yes.
I ever needed to pull it out instantly, I could.
Yep, flex
Um,
your arm muscle.
yeah. Oh, for me it's not R.
Oh, no? What do you have it set to?
No, it's I have it on my mouse.
Oh, yeah, like side button.
Yeah, cause wet. I mean,
I feel like,
but yeah,
because I've got two side buttons, maybe I ought to have, one is my auto run, maybe I should set the other one in Valheim to be the draw. That seems like a good idea.
yeah. The way I have it is I also have two. The one that is like closer to me is the like the third attack. So like whenever you stab with a sword,
Oh,
or you
yeah.
swing with like yeah, and then the button that's further away, that's pointing away from me, is the one that puts the weapons away or like or out.
Yeah, unsheath and sheath.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, make it easier.
Mhm.
So that sort of behavior, I think from my perspective, that's all that I ever heard about Timbrasa from the very
Yep.
beginning. Is that, oh yeah, be
Mhm.
careful around those guys. They'll just attack you because a coin told them to.
Yep. And that's the reputation that like stuck with us, and we felt it. But I think I don't regret that happened. But there is one thing I do regret about it, is that we as a group, due to like many reasons, like out of character stuff and like other things that were like out of our control, we didn't commit. We didn't commit to the fact that like people didn't like us, were like concerned of us, and we didn't and we didn't commit to like, oh, we're gonna shove this Marcel down your throat. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
um, like yeah, I would say that's probably my only regret from the season, that we didn't like push harder with like raiding people, PvPing people, trying to maybe cause a religious war or of some sort. Um, but like, yeah, that would be like the one thing that I'm like, if if we did do that, then like having that bad reputation would have been like okay. But since we didn't, having the bad reputation kind of like really stabbed us in the back. Trying to like get into a town, maybe meet some new people. Like there were so many people where I never met before, and then I said one word, and they're like, "Oh, you're Traffy," and I'm like, "Huh?"
Yeah, people
I was like,
know
"How
you.
do you?"
You have a reputation.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like, "How do you know my name?" Because at first I thought they meta'd, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
then they explained how they knew about me. They're like, "Oh, I've been told you're a monk of Marcel, and I should be careful of you." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh."
Cool.
So
Very
yeah.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great feeling. Whenever I had that experience where I would show up and someone would be like, "Who the hell are you?" and I'm like, "I'm Shaw with the Road Wardens," and they'd go, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you," and immediately they really like me because of the work that we had done.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a
yeah,
great
yeah,
feeling. I loved it.
exactly. Hmm.
So, next in the timeline, you start establishing the monastery. How big was it early? Did you guys immediately go balls to the wall and make it
Yes,
as huge? Yeah?
yeah. The way you see it now, it's been like that since Bronze Age.
Dang.
Yeah,
Holy moly. How long did it take you, all of you?
it took way too long because of like stupidity and also like mostly my fault.
Oh,
Um,
really? What happened?
yeah, so I end up being the one who designed actually, let me rephrase that. The person that played Thran or Valimir, however you might have known him
I
as,
did meet him once.
yeah, yeah. He presented a floor plan, like like one of those like architecture floor plans.
Oh, yes.
Um, from I don't know where he got it from, but he basically presented it to us, and I looked at it and I was like, oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, I think I lost you. Stand by. Testing. I think we lost connection. Internet, please.
Hello,
Hello.
hello.
We lost you
Oh,
for a moment there. So we were at the
yeah.
floor plan.
Yes, the floor plan. He presented the floor plan, and then I looked at it and I was like, yeah, we can do this. So we basically went in. We basically I placed down a bunch of wooden beams that represented the exact floor plan, um,
Okay.
to kind of have it copy. And then we started working on it. He ended up building the cloister part, and then I built everything else because the rest of a lot of the group did not understand the floor plan when I thought they did understand it. So that was like a miscommunication
Oh, I
between me and
see.
them.
Okay.
Um, and then there was many conversations. I was like, we're like, oh, we want to help, and I was like, okay, yeah, cool, go for it. And they're like, what do you mean go for it? I was like, just go for it. I don't care how you do it, just do it. Because like I didn't really care how the build ended up, because this season I didn't want to be. I used to be kind of like a stickler and like really like mean and kind of a bit of an annoyance when it came to like builds and like how builds are supposed to look. But this season I was like, oh, I don't care how like how it's done or how it looks. I want to have something that like the whole group felt like they've, you know, contributed to it. But they kept on like not like they did some. I know they tried to help me with like the windows and like some other stuff, but then the server kept resetting the build.
Right.
And then it got to the point where I just ended up like getting a lot of the work of the build done. And then because it was mostly just me building and like maybe 2 or 3 people collecting resources, it took like a month to build the whole thing when it should have took like maybe a week or 2.
Right.
Plus the resets caused it to be a month.
Do you think that it was too ambitious to build so large so early?
Yes. Oh, for me personally, yes.
Okay.
I typically don't like building large. I prefer the more of like the kind of like cottage core, like smaller, more intricate detail type of building.
Compact and efficient.
Yeah. More smaller stuff. I know. I didn't really build last season, so it wasn't really. But like, my best person 11 was like.
Hold on, we've lost you again.
Oh, hello?
We'll let it reset. You became robotic.
Oh, God, what's wrong?
I don't know which side it's from. Whoa, look at those coins. Oh, this looks new.
Okay.
No, still robot. I'm in your temple stealing your valuables. What do these say? Civilization map? Oh yeah, I'll read that. The Faces of Marcel. Oh.
Oh.
Testing.
Hello, do you hear me?
Hey, there you are.
Okay, cool. It might actually be my end. Okay, so in season 11, I ended up like being part of a town, and therefore I built my own separate house, and I think that for me was like the best build I ever, for me personally, I've ever done.
Okay.
And it was Smitty. But yeah, so that's like my strong suit. Like, and I'm very good at like looking at concept art and then like replicating it like perfectly, almost perfectly in Valheim. So yeah, the monastery was very something that was kind of outside of my wheelhouse because it was so big.
Sorry, it keeps sort of cutting in and out. If you're running my stream in the background, that might be interrupting your connection. I'm not certain.
Let me do that. And then use something else.
I love however the hell these tables were built. I think that's tons and tons of the 1 meter planks.
Oh, I usually don't have that bad of a connection. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, got better.
Yeah, there we are. Hello, welcome.
Okay. Hello. Okay. So basically, I'm gonna backtrack.
Sure.
My specialty is getting concept arts, and replicating it in Valheim to as close as I can. And I usually get pretty close to it. And then when it came to the monastery, we had concept art, but it wasn't really a concept art because it was based off of a floor plan. Um, and it was so big, especially for being the Bronze Age. And then so like me personally, I would never, ever build something like the monastery that size ever again in Bronze Age. Never,
Not in Bronze Age?
never again. Yeah, never again. Um, the only reason why we were able to do it is because of the copper, what's it called, beams that they added to this season.
Oh, right, for the structural support.
Yeah. Besides that, it's just like, ugh, so bad. If obviously, if you ask any of the monks, they know how much I actually wanted to destroy the entire monastery.
Destroy the whole thing.
Consistently. You know how we had the raids, right?
You had the what?
The raids, the admin raids that we had.
Oh, yes, the admin raids.
And then there were options like if you lost, like this would get blown up.
Oh, yeah, when you pick the highest difficulty, they're just going to do
I
random
kept-
damage.
I joke, saying, "Oh, we should lose."
Just intentionally lose so that you can lose the monastery.
Yeah, so the monastery, like, the monastery can be blown up. I wanted to rebuild it. I didn't like how.
Sorry, we've lost you again, man.
Oh man!
What a pain. Close the window. You're letting the Wi-Fi out.
Everything closed.
I don't know. I'm checking through my stuff as well, just in case, because you never know. Look, we'll even get rid of Dropbox. Go away.
Discord is bad.
Yeah, I wonder if it's Discord. Let's restart the call. Give me a second. Actually, you call me.
Oh, wait. Can we go on with Discord server?
We'll see if that works. All right, we'll see if this works.
Oh, maybe this might work.
Because I know that whoever initiates the call or whoever joins a voice channel first, unless you've set it otherwise, it defaults to the first person's side of the world.
Yeah, right.
So we'll see if this works.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry about this technical.
It's alright. Yeah, but so it's not your fault, not my fault. I think it's an internet thing.
Yeah.
So you kept wanting to blow up the monastery by saying, "Hey, in these raids, we should pick the highest difficulty."
Yeah, we should lose. Oh, we always took the highest difficulty.
Oh, you did?
Every time. Yes. Because our group was very much like PvP oriented, so we're like, let's take the hardest one every time.
I think we took the second highest one only once. Otherwise, I think we did take the highest ones. I don't know why. Most of us were pretty chill people.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, if I had the chance to rebuild the monastery, I would have not used clay. Hate the clay mod.
Yeah,
that mod can like go away because it has really bad instance problems.
I like the stone roof. That is one of the things that I quite like.
Yeah, the stone roof was nice. So I would have not used clay. I would make the whole, you know how like the monastery on the outside is stone?
Yes.
I would turn that into black marble instead.
Oh, I love black marble. It looks awesome.
Yeah, I would have done like a black marble like kind of design. I also would have not had like such a massive like kind of I felt like the centerpiece, that like big middle area, was a little awkward compared to like the like the cloister to the side.
Right.
So I would have redesigned the floor plan a little bit so it didn't feel so like You got this massive building and then this small cloister like to the side of it. That's just like attached to it.
Oh, I see. So the cloister you felt looked almost like an afterthought.
Yeah. I would not change the cloister. I think the cloister was probably the best part of the whole build. The cloister and like that abbey looking area. So like kind of like our living quarters where the monks were.
Oh yeah, I like the living quarters. I'd never been up here because I never got there was no reason for me to have ever come up here.
Yeah. And then we also had we had a lot of more plans for that area, but due to instances we weren't able to.
Mm-hmm.
The abbey area was gonna be fully 2 floors, and there was gonna be like a bunch of added stuff to it and things that we ended up not doing.
So you
of the stupid instances.
Yeah, oh yeah, instance count. I felt very vindicated when I went to someone else's home and they were also around 10k, which is around how many my hall is. That area. Although I'm in the middle of the forest, so there's a ton of trees and stuff all over the place too.
Right.
So Traffy gets to the monastery, you build the shit out of it. You get this giant structure. What were the next kind of key points that happened?
Okay, oh my gosh, I gotta remember. So we finished the monastery around end of Bronze era. And then we kind of just prepared to be geared up for the fight. Like the Nitwit one.
Oh yes, the Nitwit raid on you as well as attacking you.
Yeah. We ended up being way too over-prepared.
What sort of preparations were there?
We all had war-ready gear. We were all stacked with the best food that we could have, the best potions and stuff. And then we built the whole wall around our area, and we just went for it. But yeah. Funny enough, I think the Nitwit fight was the hardest fight.
Interesting. Why is that? What did it look like? Because I never got to see any kind of Nitwit fight.
The reason why I say that is not in the sense that it was extremely difficult because of it was a harder raid. It was difficult in the sense of our gear and what we had access to compared to what the admins were using for the fight.
Oh.
And that's what made it really difficult, because they were using, from what I knew, they were using root armor mixed with iron armor, and then iron swords that were higher in their strength.
Oh, custom leveled weapons.
Yeah. And the reason they do that is because it's only a few of them versus a whole intense group that all of us knew how to PvP, so it was we gotta, it takes a lot more for them to be able to, they gotta balance it in some way.
Yeah, do you guys remember?
Because usually it's, yeah, sorry.
Do you remember how many? Oh god, it's doing that thing because the service reboot is coded into the map. It's gonna boot me in a moment. Do you remember how many people were in the monastery at this stage?
Oh, we had myself, we had Saradin, we had Lucan, we had Eliana, we had I know the number, I just want to give the names.
At least 5 here by the sounds of it.
No, it was a lot more. So there's me, there's Saradin, there's Lucan, there's Eliana, there was
Edgar, Andric,
Varl, there was Edgar,
Seth.
There was Seth, there was and then we had, who else did we have with us? Was there some people that weren't in the monastery that came to the raid? But you want to know how many monks there were?
Yeah, how many monks were there roughly?
Yeah, I think there was Lucan's saying there was 11, but I don't think there was. There's no way there was 11 monks already.
It sounds like there were
because
lot of people.
Mora and Ungo weren't with us yet. am I missing? Oh, do we? I don't think we eat it. We didn't have we didn't have what's this character's name? Uh, oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Of Wolfram. We didn't have Wolfram either at that point too. Yeah, I think there was only like 6 or 7 of us at that point. It was the original group plus 1. Yeah, it was the original group plus 1. And the original group was like 6 of us.
This is invulnerable gold. Alright. Dang, yeah, so you had double digits.
Oh, okay, I got you now. So it was me, it was Lucan, it was Sheridan, it was Varl, it was Elion, it was Edgar, Seth, Endrick, and Valimir. So 9. There's
Dang.
9 of us.
Holy moly, yeah, that's a lot versus the admin team.
Yeah.
So did you win pretty handily, or did you feel it was a challenge? Because you see that it was hard, but in the end, right after the fight, were you guys like, oh yeah, that was fine?
I wouldn't say it was hard. It was difficult in the sense that it was like, oh, it's the first one, so we didn't know what was happening. Like, we didn't. It was like it's like you're kind of just like on like an adrenaline run and kind of just like you. It's like our first time experience like a raid because it was the first one. And then there was a moment where Sheridan and myself almost died to one of the admins because we got dragged into the inside of the monastery when it was empty.
Oh wow!
Because at this point the monastery was still empty, and we had like the way a lot of us put it, it was like a very cinematic like type of fight.
Cool.
Where it was, Sheridan got dragged into the monastery. He starts fighting the admin character. He almost dies. He like basically escapes. I basically take aggro onto the admin character. The admin starts fighting me. I'm like doing my best to like maneuver, stab, and stuff like that. But then because they're an admin, it's really they're like on their admin character. It's really hard to like stagger them. So I was trying to parry stab. I was trying to do whatever I could, and then out of nowhere, Sheridan appears because the monastery, the main entrance, if you look at it, it has two ways are connected to our like abbey looking area. So he basically appears because he goes all the way, or he goes into the abbey area, he gets his health back up. He then goes all the way around and reappears from the other side. But I didn't see him go through the door. I just see from the corner of my eye some person with full bronze armor fucking dive in and then stab the admin, and then the admin character died.
Hell yeah!
Oh gosh.
What a beast!
So that was like, for me, I think that's like one of the highlights of the season, because it was like this like super intense fight and it was very cinematic, and then like, you know, there was a whole like there's a huge like dynamic like character lore wise between myself and Sheridan, like Traffy and Sheridan. So it was like that kind of felt very meaningful, that fight, because it was like, oh, the mentor was fighting, and then the student came in to like protect him, and then the mentor ended up being able to recover, and then the mentor ends up saving the student with the final blow.
That's extremely cool. That's straight out of like, I don't know, like an Indiana Jones movie or something.
Yeah.
So you have the raid. What did the developing opinion of Aberrans and Iter and LaHale and everything, what did that look like for Traffy? Now that he was on this island, that you have the looming shadow of LaHale, how did that affect Traffy?
Actually, before I move to that, one last thing on the raid stuff. Even though I said the first one seemed like it was kind of the most difficult due to like bronze with like going against iron. Technically, the one that was like ridiculously intense was the pyre one. Because that was the one that they like boosted up. Even though like I know a lot of like the monks would say that that's the hardest one. A lot of other people would say the hardest one. But for me, for some reason, that fight was the one that I felt the most calm in. I don't know why. And I think it might just because I've been able to get a lot of experience when it comes to like PvPing in like a group sense, so like in like a battle. And so that's why I was like really calm. Even though that one was very close, because I think towards the end there was only like 3 or 4 of us that were left, fighting off the admin characters. So it was like, oh, are we gonna win? And then somehow we ended up like succeeding, and I was like, oh, cool.
I love those intense moments.
Yeah. So yeah, that was the raids. The ITER thing. So how can I explain this? Because it's actually kind of a little complicated. We ended up saying the coin will decide on if each individual monk decides to either use ITIR or not use ITIR. Because we felt that, if Marcel says that we should use it so that we can protect ourselves against threats, that means it's okay for us to use it. Like, if Marcel said so, then it's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with it.
I get it.
And so then, like, we each individually kind of just flipped on it. And some of us, got a yes, and some of us got no. My character ended up getting a no. So that's why I didn't use I-tier. But we ended up using the armor where you had to use I-tier to get the magic table. But the armor itself didn't use I-tier. So then it was like, Traffy won't touch the table, but if he's given the armor, it's like, he doesn't know that the armor was made with the table. So it's okay. So that was like the way we kind of like loopholed the whole situation. But speaking of that, even though Traffy flipped and he said no to I-tier, Traffy has been using I-tier since since I think Mistlands dropped. No. Towards like the middle of Plains. He was already using I-tier.
So when you mean using I-tier, what do you mean by that?
I made a decision out of character that the fire sword that came from winning the pirate raid has I-tier in it. Because it was a regular iron sword that was then modified by Fire, who ended up putting I-tier into the sword for it to become a fire sword.
Makes sense. Yep.
Obviously, at first, Traffy didn't know that. He was like, "Oh, whatever. It's just some cool looking fire sword that he ended up attaining because Saradin ended up lore-wise. Saradin ended up like leaving the monastery to go out and like explore the world and see things, outside and stuff like that. And because of that, Saradin ended up leaving everything to Traffy. And that's why I ended up with the fire sword. So I ended up just using the fire sword. I avoided using it not too often because I didn't want it to break. But lore-wise, it was meant to be used against, like, people doing, like, wrong things. Like, it wasn't supposed to be just, like, I just pulled it out to, like, PvP some random person, like, spar or whatever. But yeah, the sword had I tier. Traffy didn't know it had I tier. He learns later on that the sword has I tier, which then he's like, oh my gosh, I've been using I tier. So there was like this whole like, oh shit, I shouldn't be using the sword anymore. But then he questions, he's like, how am I able to use the sword if I never used I tier before?
Yeah, like if
Shouldn't
I'm
I
not
be
supposed to
burning?
use it.
Right. So the whole bit was Traffy was tainted. Traffy had I tier in him.
Oh,
Right.
interesting
But now you're
angle.
thinking, oh, he's gonna become an aberrant, right? But then, out of character, I was like talking to Lucan because like Lucan was helping with like some stuff like that, and I told him like he asked me, he was like, "Are you gonna also become an aberrant?" And I was like, "No." I was like, I'm not gonna join the bandwagon with everyone else. Um, so we're like, okay, he's not gonna be turn the aberrant. So then that's when we kind of created a story towards the end of the season to try to get rid of the I tier in him. And then that's why when I started talking to Ollie, I started talking to other people, and then I finally found out like in character that wasn't possible. Like if you remove I tier from a human, like from a person, you kill them. You should straight up just kill them. Um, so I was like, oh, okay, so I can't do that bit. So we're like, maybe we can do something different. So we did a bit that got helped by the admins where Traffy being corrupted, being like tainted by I tier, his spiritual side got really messed up. And there was a blockage between him and Marcel. And we needed to break that blockage. So then we ended up he ended up going on this whole goose chase where he left the monastery and he did that whole bit. I'm getting really off topic.
No, this is all about following Traffy's story about what he did.
Yeah, the I tier. No, because I was like, we're talking about like why I tier and stuff like that. The bottom line is Traffy chose not to use I tier, but ended up using it by accident, um, because of like what happened like lore wise and like in the story. And then viewpoints about aberrants was originally he was like, I want nothing to do with aberrants, but he wasn't like going to kill them, because he realized that they're just another lost being that ended up just getting screwed over because of whatever reasons, you know.
Like it wasn't their fault.
Yeah.
Interesting, man. The whole Marcel stuff
Yeah.
would have been so much cooler to be able to interact with. I think the first time I came and interacted with Marcel or with the church was, I came in here, I think I just saw a bunch of people over here, and Shaw regularly did the rounds to go to different places where he could follow the tracks is the term I used when people had their markers on. And I came in here, and it was Mora's first time running games for people from behind this bench. And she did maths so well. She did such a good job with mathematics.
Yeah.
Didn't you, Mora? You did great. You didn't have any problems adding numbers together or subtracting them.
Speaking of those games, oh my gosh, we had a lot of plans, us monks, to do things. A lot of things fell off. We were definitely gonna have. We were planning on having more casino. Gosh, casino. Whoa, I can't speak anymore. Casino nights.
That would have been cool.
Because I know people in VRP eat that up. They love doing that stuff.
Oh yeah, people love gambling in a controlled environment.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we were also planning on having fight nights too. where we would have an arena, and then every fight night the arena was gonna be different.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah, but we ended up not doing that.
Oh.
But it's an idea that I might take with me into next season, depending on what I do.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping you.
Or I mean, like, now it's out there. Like, if anyone wants to just do that, I think that would be really cool to have like a place where like it's like weekly fight nights, and then the arena every night, like every event, the arena just changes. Because like I feel like a lot of the PvP tournaments, people have like one PvP tournament, and then they don't host anymore. And then,
Yeah.
right? And so that's why I thought it would be cool, like, to see it where like somebody specifically caters towards fight nights, and then the arena changes. So then, like, even though you might have won the last one, you might not win the next one because the arena doesn't cater towards your expertise or whatever.
Yeah, and that would drive both events as well as RP, because if the people who aren't fighting, who don't want to RP, who don't want a PvP fight, they could be up in the stands, they could be talking to each other, and people are interacting. And if it's regular enough, players out of character would be able to schedule, like, all right, I'm not gonna go out for drinks tonight because the regularly scheduled PvP night is happening.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
So yeah, that was like
VRP is better than going out and socializing with real life people. You heard it here, folks.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so that was like one of our ideas that we ended up not following through. And then the biggest idea, we were gonna become full on antags.
You were gonna lean into it.
Full. During Iron Age, we were preparing behind scenes to basically attack almost every town. To just like we were planning on basically going to town saying, you either put a temple of Marcel, you convert to Marcelism, or you pay us a certain amount of money.
I heard about that.
We would flip. Yeah. So that was what we were gonna do. That was gonna be Iron Age.
That sounded insane. When I first heard about that, I thought they'll never get away with that. But it's gonna do something. It's gonna make people react.
Yeah, and then, but the thing that we're gonna like are kind of like are like what's the word I'm trying to get are a way to kind of convince some of the towns was, if you converted to us and you had a temple of Marcel within your town and you were devoted to her, we would end up protecting you. So whenever raids would happen, we'll be there for you. If another town decided to attack you, we'll be there for you.
Oh, I see.
That was gonna be like our bid. But Iron Age was when we fell apart, unfortunately.
Right.
Due to some of us had some personal things that happened in our lives where we had to step away from VRP, which, you know, that happens. And like, there's not much you can do about that. But obviously, fortunately, all that stuff that did happen to some of us, out of like in our real lives, they were able to get through it, and they're fine now. Like all the stuff that people went through, and then we also had some like internal problems with. There was a lack of trust between some of us. When it came to like our like storage and like our materials and stuff like that, and like some people felt that they weren't pulling as much weight as others, and some were doing too much work, and they felt underappreciated, and due to that, all that kind of like turmoil and stuff like that, we kind of just fell apart. And I mean, it happens, right? Sometimes, you know, you end up getting a group of people, and like you pre-group with a group of people, and you're like, oh, we're gonna commit. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have great fun. And then the season starts, and you come to a realization that not everyone's actually on the same page.
Right. Yep.
And that can really make or break a group. So anyone who's watching this right now live or watching it in a VOD, I want advice if you're ever gonna make a pre-group. Make sure you know exactly who you're pre-grouping with. Make sure exactly every person within the group understands the concept and truly fully wants to do that concept. That they're not like they're on board of the concept, but they're gonna kind of do their own thing. Because that can like mess some things up, and then also like, yeah, that's basically my advice. Like, and then also don't have such a big group, because I feel like the bigger the group you have, the harder it can be to kind of, especially if you're a leader of the group, to kind of mitigate and like kind of make sure things run smoothly.
So I talked about that, how the Eisenwald, Von Weiss, in all of those people that were involved, there was just too many. There were so many people, and it became impossible to manage it. One of the things you talk about, how making sure everyone's on the same page and everyone wants the same thing. I guess the responses that you got to be careful of and sort of interrogate further when you're planning this stuff is, if someone's like, yeah, that could be cool, that is not the response you want. The response you want is, yes, I'm in. Not, oh yeah, I guess. You gotta get commitment.
Early on with the monks, you could tell, like, if you're seeing it like outside of, like, if you like, an outside view, you can very much tell that a good amount of us are not fully committed. Because one thing, Lucan basically wrote almost everything when it came to our lore, like everything, right? Which I give him big props for doing that. Like, amazing job of what he did and what he came up with. But then due to that, others within the group felt that they like if they didn't commit, it was like, oh, it's whatever, because they didn't really contributed to like helping with when it came to creating the lore of the group. And then because of that, there was also miscommunication between us of understanding the lore and what we monks are supposed to actually act like. There was so much confusion at the beginning of the season where we didn't know, like, a lot of us didn't know how to be a monk. Like, properly how to be a monk.
I felt that.
Which that, like, messed up a lot of things in character.
Yeah, I felt that in character,
like,
because as soon as... I think Shaw might have said it to someone where he said, aren't those the guys that, like, flip for everything? And one person in the room was like, no, that's not how they act at all. And another person said, yes, they do. And while that could be put away as just misunderstanding someone else's belief system, it happens in the real world all the time, the feeling I got was very much because they both looked at each other and they were like, really? Are you sure? And it was like, well, now I'm not so sure. And I got the feeling like, oh, I don't think even the monks know exactly how they're supposed to be acting.
Yeah, so that was like one of our kind of major problems at the beginning too. And like, I'm not saying these things to like attack any of the monks. I appreciated a lot of like what each person did do, how much they put in it, the lore that they did, the RP that they did. The whole concept in itself was, for me, I think, in my opinion, probably one of the best or the best concepts I've ever seen in VRP.
It's super unique. I really liked it. In character, Shaw doesn't care about that sort of stuff. He thinks it's all totally bunk. Me, as like a fan of fantasy and this sort of setting, and just how really unique it is, because I've seen in fiction before people who are like, they believe in gold, but it only ever goes as far as gold is good. it never went into detail like this did, where you've got Sun Rain, Moon Vein, you've got the hierarchical structure. I remember being present for a session where Eliana and I can't remember who else it was, but Eliana was being asked, "What does Marcel mean to you?" And what she started doing was she started just quoting Marcel, and the guy, whoever it was like, "No, no, 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 no. What does it mean to you? Not what the book says." And he started really pushing. No, it was you and someone else. Mora, you were interrogated after Eliana, but someone else, like one of the elders, I don't think it was Lucan, was basically like mentoring. And it was really cool to be present for that, because I was like, oh, they actually go in depth. It's not just, haha, we have gold and we like gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone now. I mean, Lucan still has it, but we had a whole what equivalent of like a Bible in a sense for us. It was like in our Discord, it's like written down, like it was typed up, of like everything of like what it meant to be a monk, the both sides, how you're supposed to act in certain situations, in detail, like what does the coin mean, like everything of like basically how the monk of Marcel kind of relates to every normal concept of like humanity and like all the different emotions, all the different typical things that you would find in societies, and like, you know, typical just like everything you basically need to create a religion. And it was all written down in our Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that it was like kind of our cheat sheet.
Which is very important to do, because we only play these characters for, you know, some of us more than others, but several hours a day. These characters are these characters 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it is super important to have those cheat sheets and have notes and stuff to sort of refresh yourself on, how does this work again?
Yeah, exactly.
Because we've already got our real lives that we have to freaking live every dang day.
Yeah.
We've got enough to remember.
Yeah, I would say overall it was interesting, being able to play Traffy, being able to be a monk of Marcel, and yeah, even though things always don't work out, and that's gonna happen in VRP. It's gonna happen all the time. Like especially to like all of our new players that kind of joined this season, and also any new players that come by, you're gonna realize that like probably 80, I'm gonna say like maybe 70 to 80% of the things you try to do in VRP will not work. Like, it just will not work because of like maybe the idea was a little too like far-fetched, or like you didn't have the right people to like pull off what you wanted to do, or whatever you're trying to do doesn't fit like with the server lore, or you know, it could be a number of reasons. And like, don't feel bad when something doesn't work, because you're always gonna have an opportunity every season to try something new, to figure something out new, to play a different character.
And you're gonna be able to take the key is learning something from what went wrong.
Yeah.
What went wrong for me is I should have abandoned the Road Wardens after month 1. I should have just ditched that entire premise. It was over, basically. It had run its course. All the bridges were built. All the roads were roaded. People could just teleport around now. People had, you know, super speed. I should have just ditched and gone to, I don't know where. Maybe Havenholm. Maybe after I learned about what Meridia was doing, where they went all in on the whole economy thing, I thought, dang, that would have been cool. That would be really neat to be part of that. So my big, huge lesson is, if something's not working, if what you're trying to do hasn't worked for like, I don't know, let's say 40 hours, give it a full work week. If it's just not working, and you can't get people on board, or if you don't feel like you're on board, it's okay to just ditch it. and go somewhere else, talk to other characters.
Yep.
Even just send someone a DM and say, or even the admins, and say like, hey, I've tried this thing and it's not working. Can you give me a hand? Did you want to just get involved? Reach out to the rest of the community and tell them, hey, I want to do something, because I guarantee someone's going to say, that's cool, I want to do that.
Yeah, 100%.
Look how popular Marcel was.
Yeah, to give an example of like, oh, things didn't work out. One of my big struggles of the season was I had a drastic different time like zone. Well, not time zone, but like hours of when I was able to be online compared to like the rest of the monks.
I see.
So I almost never, like barely saw Lucan. Because of this, and like the others also. So then like there was a point where I was like, oh, what am I doing? Like I can't be with my monks because a different like time than online, and if I go outside of the monastery, people treat me like horrible, because I'm a monk. Until I found out, until we got to a point where the monks end up becoming allies with the South, with the what's that called, the Wassenbach.
Oh, Weissenbach, yeah.
Yeah, and because of that, I ended up frequently visiting them because they were online at the same time I was. And then that's when I made a decision at the end of the season. I was like, oh, I'm going to do a bit that will force me to go down there and be down there, so I'm interacting with people.
Cool.
And that's kind of where the idea of when Traffy decided to leave the monastery for like a couple years. That whole thing. Crazy the adventure I went on with the whole journals and all that stuff.
So let's talk about that. What happened?
So we were kind of towards the end of the season. The monks were pretty much dead when it came to like activity. There was only myself, Lucan, and Mora left that were like playing the game. And I felt bad. For me personally, I felt bad for Lucan because he put so much work for this group. He did so much like to kind of like push things and like create the lore and stuff like that I felt like, as being like a person that was asked to like come on to like be part of the group, that I needed to do something to kind of give back to him, something that could like give the monks some type of good ending in a sense. And then that's when I decided that, I knew that Traffy would eventually become Sunrain because we spoke about it after Saradin left. So I was like, let's do the whole story of how Traffy becomes Sunrain. And the whole thing was that Traffy felt that the monastery, that he needed to get away from the monastery to understand the world better, understand why he was born, why he ended up at the temple, why he was a head sworn, and kind of understand his place in the world. So that's why he left. He created 5 journals, which I like wrote all of them, and I still have them. They're also in the character lore, but I created 5 physical journals, and I put them in 5 random places in the world. And then I told the monks, have fun, good luck finding them.
I remember you sent me a DM saying, hey, have you been down to somewhere recently? Because I'm looking for something that I left down there. And I hadn't.
I left, yeah. So I basically, journal 1 was at the monastery. I left it there because it was like the first one to kind of start the whole scavenger hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one was in Nitwood's Castle, or near Nitwood's Castle. The third one was in the swamps near where I found my hat, Traffy's like signature hat, his hood or whatever you want. It was the fur cap, the gray fur cap.
Okay.
And then the fourth one was was under the world tree, the one in the mist.
Okay.
And then the last one was placed in the Iron Reach, like the Eisenwald's Iron Reach. And that's the one that disappeared. I don't know who found it and who took it, but no one has like confessed.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's a player that left the server, or they just don't look at Discord.
Yeah, I don't know. So I ended up needing to make a second copy of the fifth one, and I like gave it to Roland, and Roland ended up giving it to Mora.
Yes, Mora said earlier that the last journal is in her library.
Yeah. And basically those journals kind of talk about everything that kind of happened in the season, everything that happened in like Traffy's like point of view, the raids, his struggles with like leaving Gildemir, trying to establish a new place, try to establish a footing for Marcel within these wild lands, trying to convince people that Marcel is good, understanding like why people were attacking them, like all that kind of stuff, like everything. So like if anyone ever wants to like really understand like Traffy's mind, you would want to read those character lores, the ones of the 5 journals. And then like each one kind of represented a different part. Like the first one talked about the beginning days and like his time of like meeting Nitwit and like the first aberrants and like understanding that stuff. The second one was talking about Primus and then how like Primus like tried to corrupt him, and then him like being taken over by the mask and like other like different things and stuff. The third one was about how was the whole bit about like Pyre, how Pyre like was like told him that he was like every time that she came up to him, she was like, "Oh, you're so close to being perfect," and that's the reason why Traffy didn't found out that he had eye tier in him, because Pyra knew he had eye tier, that Traffy had eye tier in him, and why she always would say, "Oh, Traffy, you're so close to being perfect." And then it talks about like how like the monks were like falling apart, and like people were leaving, and then like talking about like the death of like Edgar, and then the death of like Ungold, and then it talked about like some other stuff, and then the last one's all about like him being an Eisenwald and like understanding him being an Eisenwald. And then yeah, they end up finding all the books, and that's when I came back to the monastery, and then that's when I told them Marcel has given me a vision. And we ended up going back to the cave where the gemstones were found. Like
yes.
They talked about the gemstones. We went back there, and in there we ended up finding a secret passage, in a sense, within that cave that led us to another cave. And within that cave was an echo of the Raven Queen and an echo of Pyre. And we had to fight them. And it was so bad because at this point I was back at my my hometown visiting like my family. Back to like visit my family for like the holidays, and I was on my really crappy laptop, and I always have to tell myself that I should refuse to play Valheim on that thing, because I get like 8 to 10 FPS when I'm on VRP on that laptop.
Oh, gee.
So I was helping Lucan, right? because the whole bit was only Luke and I were the only ones allowed to fight the creatures. So Mora had to kind of like be on the sidelines and like watch. Um, so basically, we went in. Marcel spoke to us. Like it was an admin that was like disguised as like Marcel.
No way. That's cool.
Like the voice, um, and spoke to us and basically like said that like you are my chosen. If you wish to if you wish to like fix your uh your bond with me, because at this point Traffy felt that his spiritual connection to Marcel was like kind of broken because of the I tier. Um, you know, take this challenge, and if you win, go forth and you know basically take back Gildemir for in my name. So then we fought the two creatures, and it was so bad because we had 2 or 3 blizzards happening. I could not see anything. I was on 5 FPS.
Oh, yeah.
So the whole time I had to keep my distance and just shoot with a crossbow. And then I died like so many times during that fight. Like I got knocked out so many times. And I was like, I don't know how we did it. I don't know how I survived. I don't know. Somehow we killed the 2 things. And then that's when the admins basically gave us the materials to then make a and the whole bit was that we were gonna give up our swords to Marcel. So the fire sword was gonna go to Marcel, and then Lucan's spirit sword was gonna given up to Marcel. And the reason why the spirit sword was because the spirit sword was created with by me, but then it had the soul of a former former moon veins or something. But I don't know if we like committed to that bit, but that was like kind of my idea. So that's why that was like Lucan's sword, and it kind of represented the moon vein, and then the fire sword represented the sun rain. So we ended up defeating the bosses. Marcel said, "You are my chosen. You will go out in this world and deliver my deeds and reclaim Gildemir in my name. Take these swords." So we gave Marcel our swords, and then we were given basically we were able to make the fire sword was upgraded to a bloodstone sword.
Mm-hmm.
And then the spirit sword was upgraded to a lightning sword.
Cool. I like the lightning sword. It's
and
cool.
then now, yeah, and then that was like our way of like, cause like resources were so hard that season. It was like our way of be like, oh hey, nudge nudge, admins, can you help us get up?
Can we have some metal, please?
Yeah. But we turned into a whole bit, and that was like the idea that like our swords got upgraded by Marcel, and we were given a like godly like basically Marcel blessed swords in a sense.
Morris says, not to mention we finished minutes before leaving for Gildemir. I remember hearing about that in character, where
yes,
I think I heard Morris say Muscle spoke to us. And of course,
everyone thought she was crazy.
And everyone thought she was crazy, including Shaw. Shaw was like, "Okay, sure she did."
I doubled down on it. I kept saying to people, I was like, yeah, and the fight took an hour.
Yeah, like Marcel told us to take the fight to Gildemir, so it's kind of fateful where she sees go retake Gildemir in my name, and then boom, we assault Gildemir. Very cool.
Yeah, because the admins, we finished it right when the event started, and then the admins teleported us like right next to like right outside where the boat was.
Awesome.
So we were teleported, and then we just like we walked up. We're like,
all right, here we go.
It was pretty neat. And then. Yeah, and then I had to like convince people because like I had a bloodstone sword, and I was like, whoa, this is not. I was like, this is not a bloodstone sword.
Yeah.
This is. I was telling people like, this sword was given to me by Marcel. It's my fire sword.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. So that was the whole bit.
That's so cool.
Which and that was our way of kind of giving the monks something at the end of the season.
That's really cool. I'm glad that you guys got to get that.
Yeah. Because it was a struggle. I got rejected. There's so many ideas I got rejected by the admins because like they just didn't make sense. And like, and now looking back at like remembering like the ideas I kind of like put up, I was like, oh okay, yeah, that makes sense why they all got rejected.
My V Rising RP character that I'm making has been not fully rejected, but there's a couple of things where admins were like, we can't do that. That's not actually how that lore works. And I was just like, look, I'm sorry, okay?
Yeah.
I got excited to write fiction.
Yeah, I didn't know anything of like the intricate details to the bottom of like what ITER was and like how it functioned within like this season.
You basically know
until I made a ticket and I was like talking to the admins about stuff and they kind of explained it all to me, and then that's when I was like, oh, that's why I can't do this and I can't do that or that or that.
Yep. Because I came in so late.
That makes sense now.
I think I got very lucky where I had a lot of freedom with how I could treat ITER. Because I came in so late and got involved with ITER so late, I never got a single piece of instruction on this is how it works from the admins. It was entirely just in-character information told to Shaw about how it works.
No one really did. The only person that like got it was because they like they did a whole bit on it about study.
Yeah,
and stuff was Bacon because
Vile got it, Ollie got it.
Vile, and then also Bacon because they study it.
Yeah.
They did the RP, and because they did the RP, they were rewarded from like tickets and stuff like that of like giving the understanding of like how ITER worked.
Well, it's what I mean is the after you drink it, certain things happen to your character, and there were things with Oside, for example, where there are a couple of things where she was told, no, you can't do that because that's not what the ITER would do to you. I didn't get that experience.
Okay, yeah.
Because I think it was just so late that admins were wiped out. There was nothing more.
Yeah.
That they were trying to finish the season. Everyone was gearing up for Christmas.
I felt that I really didn't want to interact with the whole ITER bit, because I realized early on that it seemed a little, like for me, it seemed a little complicated to like just understand it, and also I felt that my character Traffy wouldn't care about the ITER, because his whole motive of like being there and pushing things was, oh, Marcel, I like, okay, cool, you use ITER, I don't care, do you believe in Marcel? No? Okay, we have a problem.
Yeah,
you
that's the point at which you have a
Great.
problem. Yeah. The ITER doesn't enter into it, which is a really cool angle to have in a sea of a season where it was either for ITER or against ITER. You had kind of like a middle way.
Yeah, very much.
I really like that. I found the journal, the one that Mora got.
Oh, Mora has it? Yeah. Yeah, it's the last one. It might be the last one. Oh, wait, no, is it? Yeah. Wait, no. I don't even remember which names I put.
It ends with, there is one last place I must visit before I am ready to become the Sun Rain.
Oh, that's not the last one.
Oh, which one's the last one?
Last one would be like Smoke. Something like that.
Smoke, okay.
Yeah, that's the second to last one.
I gave the others to Lucan.
Yeah,
Alright.
Like,
where the
Ember's
hell?
not the last one.
Then Lucan has some.
Oh, you know who has the last one?
The wardrobe. Where is the wardrobe?
There is what? You're not gonna be able to find the last one.
What's that?
It's in Lucan's. It's on Lucan's character.
Ah, Lucan.
Yeah, he didn't put it away. It's fine. It's in character lore. It's in character lore. It's in character lore.
True. Yep. There
I think I put all of
doesn't
them.
appear to be anything in this wardrobe that is book-shaped, unless I'm blind. Did he take it? He might have taken it.
Yeah, the books I think are all over the place. I don't really know where they ended up.
I do like the book mod, but I'm not a fan of how they all look the same. And is there a way to like change how long before the tooltip shows up? Because I want it to show up instantly. Because having to like hover over stuff and wait half a second to be like, all right, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this?
I think you can go instant. You kind of just have to look.
Yeah. Especially when there's so many freaking books. I did quite like, one of the things that came up a lot during the season when I would be looking around is, depending on who a person was, you could tell what they were interested in by which copies of the Bramwell report would be where in their houses. For example, in the Ranting Raven, Osidia had 2 copies of the Bramwell report right next to each other in her kitchen, and they were the 2 that had this fiction that someone had submitted about like the sea ladies something or other, because Osidia was all about the ocean. And so when I saw
her, isn't she the one that writes those things?
I have no idea. It might have been, but it's. I saw in other people's houses they would have certain copies of the Bramwell report, and it would be very specific copies, and I'm like, oh, interesting. I wonder why they kept this particular copy, this issue rather.
I don't know. We had a bunch of like duplicate copies because we would forget that like one of us bought it. So we had like a lot, just all about the place. The reason why I think Dreamy writes those things because in season 11 she wrote like a bunch of like fanfics and it made it like that it wasn't her.
She does love writing.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, overall, season was an interesting one for me. For me personally, in my point of view and like what I experienced this season, I definitely put the season at like close to the bottom.
Interesting.
Of all the seasons I've played.
That's fair, because you've played since season 6. That's a lot of seasons to have have perspective on.
And I think the reason why I put it down is because I just struggle to want to play the season. Like normally when I play VRP, I like want to play it. Like I want to be on. I want to do things. And this season, I had a lot of days where I was just like, nah, I don't feel like it. Like I struggled to get online and to do things. And I think it was just because I just wasn't. I mean, one of the reasons was like, you know, when you're part of a group and you're excited like to do things with the group and then the group falls off, like that obviously discourages you a lot. And then also the main, like one of the huge things that I mentioned earlier that really caused me to not want to play so much was like being online when the rest of the monks weren't online.
Yeah.
And that like really hurt me. Like it like I know that like it's fine, you can go like find other people to go RP with like outside of your monastery, but like for me it was really difficult. Like it was really affecting me badly, knowing that I would get online and I can't interact with my fellow, like the people that I decided to play the game with this season. So that was rough.
Yeah.
So that was one of the big factors why I kind of put this, but that's not the season's fault. That's kind of just like what happened to me. Right. Like there's nothing to do about it. And then also, the admins did a really good job with what the lore was and what the season was, but for me personally, did not cater towards like my kind of like what I enjoy, like my interest.
What
Um,
are your interests?
which like
What's the sort of vibe that you prefer to go for?
um, how do I I do like fantasy, like hard fantasy, but I like it when it's not like when it's oh, how do I put this? I prefer fantasy, like I like fantasy stuff, right? Um, but I mostly really I like historical fantasy. Um, for instance, season 10 was historical fantasy, and I
Right.
put season 10 as like, for me, season 10 is number one.
I
It's
see.
the number one
Okay.
season that they have. Um, but that was also the season where the admin team was like, they basically treated it as like a job. That season, and like they were like they did they did so much work. They did so much to the point that anyone who played season 10 is like spoiled now, in my opinion. Um, and that was Morgan's first season as an admin, and he committed so damn hard that season. Um, and it was such a good season, such a good season. Um, so that's like kind of what I like when it's fantasy, but like it's kind of tied to like history and stuff. Like there's some historical like sense stuff like that. Um, and then like I wouldn't say that this season wise was bad. Um, but it was definitely very different than what I'm used to when it comes to VRP. And um like because this season was meant to be like it's a bunch of like misfits, like a bunch of like what if a bunch of misfits like kind of like jokingly like characters would like attack us and like try to like like cause mayhem to us. And I don't know that like I just like it wasn't like I wasn't feeling it. I don't know.
I know that there's a few
Um,
folks who not didn't like, but weren't fully on board with the lore of this season because they're not a fan of the mad scientist science fantasy angle with like
yeah.
machines and stuff like that. I love that stuff. that is
I mean,
all
I
the
like
way up my alley.
sci-fi.
Yeah.
Like I like sci-fi stuff. Like I like machine stuff. Like for instance, like if they did a steampunk season,
If
it'd be so
that was
nice.
possible.
Yeah. But I think the other reason why I didn't like this season was, like for instance, like I couldn't play as much. I would say I think I definitely played the least amount than any season I ever been on. Um, and then because of that, I had very little interactions when it came to like the main story,
Oh, I see.
like with the
Yeah.
admin and stuff like that.
You had the same
It
experience as
felt
me.
yeah, and it felt that every time I came online, I was just playing Valheim, like I was just playing the game, and I
Yes.
was like, if I wanted to do that, I would just go play vanilla, right? I'll just go play it by myself. Um, and then because of that, I always felt that I had no connection to any RP or anything that was happening. I always felt lost,
You felt like you were
and
playing
due to
catch up.
that, yeah, and then due to that, I was just like, oh, I don't like this sucks.
Like, why
Um,
bother?
yeah. But even though it was like that, I kept trying because um I didn't want to just abandon like the monks and the whole story and abandon Lucan.
Mm-hmm.
So I kept at it. I was like, I'll be here. I'll go collect things whenever we need them. Obviously, toward the end of the season, we like barely collected any resources, and we were like really poor as a group. Um, but I kept trying to like get RP. I was able to eventually get that whole bit at the end of the season. I was able to basically hang out with like Roland and their whole group down like in the south. And then and then the whole thing that like kind of brought it all together and one of the main reasons why I decided to kind of commit at the end was people decided to make Roland king. And then one of the bits was Lucan message Roland out of character, be like, "Hey, if you make Marcel the state religion, we'll back you up."
Oh.
And he was like, "Okay," and then that did it.
Dang.
We're like, "Okay,
Cool.
we will join the new Gildemir, and now Marcel is the main religion."
Cool.
And then by doing that, we ended up kind of unintentionally, but still intentionally achieving our end goal. Because our end goal was to be the main religion of the server.
Yes.
At the end of the season. And we did it. So yeah.
That's really cool. Good thinking on Lucan's part to dive in and do that.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have to do that. No one asked him to do that.
No.
But having that forethought, like, it's the message of basically all of these streams. Is like, go do stuff. Just go do stuff. Don't wait for it to come to you, because it's not going to, unless you go looking for it and you go asking for it. Make a ticket, send a DM, make a looking for connection post. Even during the season, make a new looking for connection post saying, "Hey, I want to do this. Does anyone want in?"
Yeah, and then people will answer you.
Yeah, that's right. But they're not going to know that you're looking for shit unless you tell them.
Exactly, yeah. And that's like, exactly like what I went through. Like, I was struggling. I was like, nah, I can't. Like, I was like, this is my, how many seasons I've been? This is my 7th? No. Yeah, like my 7th season. I was like, I know better. I know that I need to, if I want something to happen, I got to go push for it. Right. So then I was like, okay, yeah, I'm having a bad, like, season, but let's not end it bad. So then that's why I went for it. I did the whole bit with the books. I went down south. Basically, I became Marcel's, in a sense, recon man. Like, the person that, like, would make sure that to kind of understand Roland better, because he was going to be the king, like, because he became king, to see if he was doing the right things within Marcel's eyes, that his peers were also doing the right things within Marcel's eyes. And then that's basically what I ended up doing towards the end of the season. I was the one that just stood there and, like, kept an eye on things for the monks of Marcel.
Traffy became sort of like the herald of Marcel.
I mean, I don't want to say that, because, like, that's like main character, like, vibes, but
you can have a little bit of main character as a treat.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know. I did it because it's kind of funny, because the idea came from, I was taking a train from New York City to, like, a town that was, like, higher up, like, more north of within the state.
Right.
And on that train, that's when, like, I thought of the journal idea, and then, like, the whole thing of going down south. And I started just, like, while I was, like, just traveling, I just started typing up the journals.
That's cool. I like that.
And I was like, okay, here's something I can do until the end of the season. Like, I can do something. I will have something that would make me want to get online and, like, end the season on a good point.
Yeah. Is there any particular build that you want to show off?
I mean, I only did one build. I literally did the monastery, and then I was like, screw building. I'm done. No more.
Done for the whole season. Get out of here.
I did do a smaller build, which was, I did, like, a small temple, like a little shrine, really. North where the... Oh my gosh, I'm forgetting. You should go look at the houses. The Marcel's houses.
I think I might know
Those,
what you mean.
yeah, or Japanese,
Yes.
or however you want to. Like,
Yes,
yeah,
I was
the
looking at those
Asian
earlier.
style. Yeah, all the roofs I've built.
They're so cool, man. I love them. I came across them really,
Mm.
really early on, and I didn't really know what to make of them. Let's see if we can find them. Right,
Yeah,
where's the
the
monastery?
idea we were gonna originally build a town, like a full-on town. Like each person was gonna have their home. We were hoping to recruit people to join the town that weren't monks, but obviously that didn't work. Um, and the reason why we wanted to build a town was because we wanted a different spot for the admins to attack than the monastery.
Here we go. Look at this. These are so cool. I was looking at these earlier, and you use the fine wood and then the darker wood at the bottom to give a little bit more of a shading. The clay is sort of being stupid here. But...
Oh, you're looking at the one that has like the wall, the stone wall in front of it,
yeah,
and it has like the inner courtyard.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's Traffy's house.
That's Traffy's house. There you go. I love the half inset into the ground. Oh, it's so cool. I love the dual shading that you got on it by using darker wood and then the fine wood up top. The angled, the roof, super cool. You've got the ladders along the edges to give it that kind of texture. Which one's?
Yeah, I actually really enjoy. I really Lucan we never finished Lucan's house. It's the unfinished one that's like towards like the you have like the big one that's like in the middle, and then the one next to that. It's the unfinished one. Unfortunately, I never got to it. There's a lot of builds we never got to. There's so many like ideas, but we never did them.
Yeah, the Japanese style roof, amazing. I love it. So cool.
Thank you. Yeah, because like the reason why we had the Japanese like style for our homes was the monks of Marseille took inspiration from Eastern religions and Western religions.
Okay.
And then that's why for the build style we wanted the monastery to be like Western churches and like monasteries and stuff like that, but then our homes to be like Eastern influence of like architecture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
my bot just caught a spammer.
Nice.
Good job, wise bot. It's instant. It's the reason that I have such aggressive bots, because every time one comes in, I want to make sure that every time a bot comes in, they get fucking blasted into orbit.
Definitely. And then if you go down the hill, like if you continue, you should be able to see another building. Like a small building.
This one? Oh yeah, I saw this one with the Torii gate at the start.
Yes, that one was going to be like a bakery / kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
But we ended up realizing we didn't need it, and we abandoned the building, so it's kind of empty on the inside.
Yeah, but I can see the makings of like a bakery or some sort of home. The last place I saw Ungoldo live, oof, big oof.
Oh, oof.
I love that one message after another. Both of them were like, this is the last place that they saw each other. Ooh, dang. That's hardcore.
Yeah, that's rough.
That's rough as hell, man.
Yeah. While I was building that building, the small one, little funny thing, Osidia comes out of nowhere. I didn't even see her.
She seems to do that.
And she sits down in like the corner of like of the build, like inside of the build, and she's blending in there like crazy. And then out of nowhere, I'm just like vibing, right? I think I started singing. I don't remember if I started singing or whatever. I hear a hello, and I'm like,
oh my god.
what the fuck? And I jumped down and I was like hello, and it was because she was hiding from the sculpture.
Oh my god, it was right after she'd been attacked.
Yeah, it was right after she'd been attacked, and I was like, and that was the first time I heard of him.
Holy hell! Wow. So what does she tell you?
She basically told me the whole like what happened, that she was like attacked by somebody, like a man, and like etc etc. And I was like, and then I was like, okay, you can stay here if you feel safer, while I'm building, and if the person comes by, I'll stab them. That's what I said.
Yeah,
I'll
hit
stab them.
sworn. Hell yeah.
And then uh, what was the character's name? The leader of Meridia.
Oh, I have no idea. More or might not.
Oh my gosh, how am I forgetting her name? Her character name. My
Hannah.
mind's going blank. Hannon, there you go. She then ended up stopping by and like talking to me and then Obsidia, and then they ended up like heading back. So that was like, it was just a weird interaction I had that season.
Wow, that's crazy.
Wow. She blended in the build so well. I literally got jump scared. I was like, oh.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
All right, so is there anything else that you kind of want to touch on in terms of what Traffy got up to, what his story was? Are you, after all of that, it sounds like you are, but it's better to have confirmation. Are you happy with where Traffy ended up at the end?
I'll say yes.
Was his story resolved? Was his whatever arc you had for him?
We didn't write this in lore, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it or not, but Lucan and I basically ended up deciding that after basically everything that happened, we go back to Gildemir. Like for instance, like our last interaction, like all the monks, we had a ceremony that basically made Traffy Sunrain.
Okay.
And that's why you see like when you went inside the monastery where they had the fire pits and then that altar.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, his sword, Traffy's sword was on the altar. And then we did like a whole bit, and then he became Sunrain. And then the bit was, we basically said to each other, like I said, thank you everyone, like my fellow monks, for like being here with me and for everything we've been through. Even though in these past years we've like done so much, our mission isn't over. There's still a place to rebuild. And they're like, yeah, alrighty, let's head out. And I was like, right, let's pack our things and let's go. And that was like how we ended our in-character story. So the way I imagine it is Traffy along with all the other monks, all the monks would have packed their things and like prepared, like they didn't like fully abandon the monastery, but like they packed for a long trip. And they've all went to Gildemir to find where our old temple was, and then they would have like start to rebuild the temple. Traffy would have like designed like a crazy build and would have gone crazy and like went ham, and like a massive, just bigger like monastery, and like a true temple that like monastery that really represents like Marcel and everything. And then they would have, and then from there they would have probably consistently had to go to meetings where they had to sit at some table with King Roland and like his people, because one of the agreements was that since the monks of Marcel became the main religion, the Sunrain and the Moonvein would be part of Roland's inner circle.
Of course.
Yeah. So then I would assume we would be constantly going to meetings where they'd be talking about like what to do next, stuff like that. And then like way down the line. Gildemir is fully prepared. It's a beautiful city. Everything's bustling, and then there's a new group of like small little monks learning about how to be Marcel, learning about the stories of Marcel, and one of these stories is the whole story of two saints of Marcel, Lucan and Traffy.
Oh.
And then the swords would have be like hanged up at like some like in the monastery somewhere.
Saint Lucan and Saint Trafalgar.
Yeah. So that would have been like the kind of the ending, like the bit. And I was gonna write a whole lore post about it, but I got lazy.
That's so cool. I love it. That's an awesome ending. And Mora says Mora stayed. I did more. Here's a question for Mora. Does Mora maintain this monastery?
I mean, I don't know what her answer is, but I would assume yes. Yeah. And I would also assume that the monks would have gone back and forth.
Yeah.
Like, there would have been moments where, like, Traffy was like, oh, I want to get away from the city.
Mm-hmm.
And he would have just, like, taken a trip, like, on a boat back to, like, where everything happened and would have, like, visited Havenholm and then Mora, re-see how the temple's doing. My assumption would be that, like, as Havenholm like continued and grew more, and there would be like more people maybe outside of Gildemir wanting to go live over there, or people from like elsewhere, you know, moving into Havenholm, that like Mora might have acquired like monks to like new monks to then take care of the monastery that we've been living in for like all these years, going through this whole, you know, season.
Yeah. And Morrissey's,
I mean,
yes,
something like that.
Hell yeah, it was more.
Yeah. That's like my like happy ending version.
I mean, hey, sure got a happy ending. Doesn't mean that no one else can.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, basically everyone did get their happy ending. Everyone who's left over. Armory and Caitlin got theirs.
I would say so. Mostly everyone.
As far as I can tell. So, you've answered basically all the other questions that I usually ask, like, you know, the highs and lows, we've been through that. What was going on? What would you tell yourself earlier in the season? Your answer seemed to be, like, ditch the monks earlier?
No. I would have never, like, abandoned the monks, because I genuinely really liked the bit. Like, I loved the whole thing. What I would have told myself earlier in the season, I would have told myself to commit more in showing that the monks were not here to play around.
Oh, I see.
And I would have also tried harder to kind of, even though I wasn't one of the leaders within the monks, I would have tried harder to kind of, you know, keep us together as best as we could.
Really
like,
push the other players to lean
yeah,
into
I wish I would have. Yeah, I wish I would have committed more in certain aspects. Like in like trying to like, oh hey, let's do this, let's do that, and then also figuring out a way to kind of how I could work around the fact that like my time zone was like screwing me over.
I see. Would you have maybe sent messages to either admins or other players, to maybe the monks, to say, hey, are we able to sort something out?
Yeah, I mean, I did, but like it was hard, you know. Like it was just way, like the times were so drastic from each other. It was just hard, and then also like I'm a best way to put it, I'm a baker. So for like the past year, like this last year, I had to wake up like ridiculous hours, like super early in the morning, So I would always like whenever I was like out of the bake shop, I was just exhausted, and for that, I think that kind of contributed to me not committing as hard as I could have committed
I get that.
to
Yeah,
like VRP.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah. When you just wiped out, that's how I was a lot of the time.
yeah,
Eventually, I just
yeah,
flipped my entire sleep schedule so that I could just play in my afternoon.
yeah. I was so frustrated, like going from like, oh, I can go to bed like, 10, 11, maybe like midnight. Like it's fine. I'll be like, it's cool now. To then like needing to force myself to go to bed at like 9 p.m. every night, it killed me. And it was one of the reasons why like VRP was just a struggle, because like VRP is full of like night owls, like late night people.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, I was only able to get on during like when VRP had like the least amount of people online usually, like during those hours, and it was just like it sucked, but there's nothing I can do about it. Um, and that's why I say that like that was season 13. It was good for what I was able to make out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed the character. We had a good ending, and then we put in the past, and now we go on to next season.
Can't wait for season 14. Did you watch Morgan's interview?
I like watched some of it.
Morgan seemed to tease there's some like utterly mind-blowing. I think that's the phrase he used.
Yeah,
Some mind-blowing
that's
shit
what I've
coming
been.
next season.
Yeah, that's what they've been alluding to, and if it's Morgan that is the one alluding that, then it's gonna be something.
Yeah.
And I can't wait, because as somebody who's been like I've been here for 3 years, a little over. Actually, I think it's about to be 3 years. I actually don't remember. I'm tired of the like I need something new, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think a lot of the community feels that way too. So I'm looking forward to what they're gonna pull out their bag. Even though if I had one wish, one wish that the admins could do, I would love for them to bring back the weapons mod that they had in season 11, but like commit to like learning how to balance it for PvP.
Okay.
That's what I would want. That's my one dream.
Did you put that into your feedback form?
I did.
Yeah.
I
Good
did.
man.
I did. Because that mod, it was kind of busted, right, when we had it in season 11 for PvP. But like, I know for a fact it can be balanced, because we in Mead Hall, which is like a different server, which I would just briefly, because I don't want to like advertise in place I shouldn't be advertising. I don't really play on the server, but the reason why I explain it is because the person who played Valamir, he's a coder, like he knows how to code, and he basically created a coding that like balanced PvP pretty hard. And the way like the way from like what I heard of him talking about is that it basically grabs like the Valheim like numbers and stuff there for PvP, and like puts its own code on top of it, like its own numbers on top of it, its own like system on top of it, and therefore because of that you're able to put like a weapons mod with the mod he created, and it automatically balances the weapons mod too.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was crazy when I saw that, because we were him and I went into like a single player world, and we tested it with that weapons mod, and it worked. Like long swords were not like one shotting. It took like 2 to 3 hits. The knives weren't busted anymore. The crossbows weren't like crazy powerful, and I was like, oh my gosh, this mod can be balanced? No way. So yeah, it would be cool, because it would allow, when it comes to roleplay sense, not PvP, because like obviously PvP is whatever, and we're always gonna. I have mixed feelings when it comes to PvP, and I can go on about like it. But roleplay wise, you'll be able to have characters that, for some odd reason, because of like their character lore or whatever they only are trained in like a crossbow, or only trained in a long sword. Like they don't know how to use a short sword.
I would love
or
to.
Only trained in a knife.
Yeah, I would
Or
love
only
to
trained
have a
in.
mod that forces it so that if you do not have that training, you can't even swing a sword. You just can't.
Oh yeah,
Like,
that
it denies
that
you from being able to do
okay.
that. That'd be cool.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
And that would mean
Or
they'd probably have to change it
yeah.
so that you have a primary specialization and a secondary specialization, where like
Mm-hmm.
one you can get up to 70 skill with, and the other one you can get to 50 skill with, or something like that.
Yeah.
That makes specializations a little bit more interesting, I think.
I know they talked about that stuff. I personally don't want them to do that, where you can like opt out of not having a profession, but you can do another weapon.
Right.
Yeah. I personally think they shouldn't do that. That's just me.
Yeah.
The reason why I think that is because you're gonna have almost every person that PvPs, that sweats on VRP, that PvP, to choose that. So then they have even more an advantage, because now they can like use swords, but then now they can use a crossbow.
That's true.
Because they're also specialized in bows.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's just I don't think they should do that. That's just my opinion.
No, that makes sense.
If they want to keep the game balanced, I don't think they should do it.
So on that note,
Yeah.
what is something that you wish that people had asked Traffy during the season, but no one did?
Damn, that's a hard one. I would have liked people to be more curious when it came to Traffy's understanding of Marcel. And by doing that, hopefully convince more people to follow Marcel, not become monks, but to follow Marcel. So yeah,
dig more into what Marcel means to him.
Yeah.
There you go, everyone. Again, dig into other characters, ask them more questions. Especially in one-on-ones, don't just stand there watching someone craft. Ask them questions. You don't know where it'll lead. For you or for them. Is there anything else that you wanted to touch on before we finish up?
Is there anything else? Oh my gosh.
I'm sure you might think of something, which we're going to be doing an addendum interview with Sai in the future. You're more than welcome to come on. If you end up writing like a big old list of stuff you want to talk about, we can do this again.
Nah, I mean, I think I covered everything. I think I was able to really like just talk about how like what us monks were, our plans, kind of the highs and lows of like what we wanted to do and weren't able to do. And then overall, just like my experience with the season.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I feel like, overall, yeah, I think that's pretty good in the sense. Oh, actually, one last thing. Actually, I don't know if that's that important. It's kind of related to like how I feel when it comes to PvP.
Okay.
Has anyone talked about PvP like on any of the?
Yeah, we had Andy talk about it.
Andy was talking about it.
Not super in depth about what's good, what's bad, what they think makes good PvP, anything like that. They were talking about it more in the sense of like PvP as in not necessarily fighting, but it is having tension with other characters is good for story. And also, losing in a fight
Yes.
can be fun. Because it leads to more
Okay.
dramatic
I'm
outcomes.
gonna follow up with that, and I might get hate for this, and I don't care. Yes, losing in fights are good, but if you end up getting like a good enough at PvP where you're not really like if you try, you're not really losing anymore. I mean, you might still lose every once in a while. I feel like that takes the fun of it. What I mean by that is you might be good at PvP, but you should sometimes learn to play a character or learn to basically force yourself to lose, even though you know for a fact you would never lose in this situation or never lose to anyone like this, like you yourself, you right. And the reason why I believe that is because there's gonna be this vacuum in a sense where if the same people are always winning, what's the point of even PvPing?
Oh, I see. Like in future seasons, you come across someone, you go, "Oh, it's them again."
Oh, I know who this is. I know their
Yeah,
skills. I'm not even gonna attempt
yeah,
because I know they will never purposely lose.
yeah. Well, like,
Right?
why bother trying to beat them, even though it might lead to an interesting outcome for my character to lose to this character? They're just doing, the same PvP bit
Yeah,
this season
they're
that they
gonna
did all
win
the other
because
ones.
they're gonna win because they're like, oh, I'm good at PvP, right? The players like I'm good at PvP. I won't let myself lose,
Right, I
right? Because
see.
like it'll look bad. Um, and I hope our community understands that like yes, a lot of RP can be determined by PvP. Like a lot of it gets determined by PvP, but we as a community should really make sure that we don't cause PvP to be something where it's like um where it becomes such an importance that we forget that this server is an RP server and not a PvP server.
Right.
And that we as players, people who are good at PvP and not good at PvP, should be able to have the chance of winning fights and then also losing fights to then create better stories that will lead to a better enjoyment for all parties overall.
I can understand that view. A way around that could be when you know that you're going to get into a fight. This is only if you know that you're going to get into a fight with
Mm-hmm.
another player character. Maybe send them a DM and say, "Hey, I think it would be interesting if you lose this fight. What do you think about that?"
Exactly, and
I
that
guess
is
just
what
reach out to them.
that is exactly how you would do it.
Yeah.
That's exactly how you would do it. You would you if you want to make sure you want this story to go a certain way, you
Mm.
DM the person and be like, "Hey, I know you and I want to fight. What if we stage it? What if we say that either none of us win or that maybe like if you're fighting somebody who's better at PvP, you can maybe convince them because like due to like the story being better, for them to lose just this one fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um, and like for me personally, as a player, I've always been that kind of person that you can reach out to for any crazy shit. Um, and like I'm willing to like lose a fight, kill a character off. I mean, in season 11, I killed 3 characters off. For story. But yeah, pretty much. I personally wouldn't say I'm the best PvPer, even though I've learned a lot, and I feel like I've gotten to a skill point where I can confidently fight anyone and not have like I'll be like, oh, I can do this. Um, like I'm willing to fight anyone on the server. But yeah, I personally am willing to like even if I'm going against somebody like next season, if I end up finding somebody who isn't like as trained when it comes to like knowing how to PvP, I'll lose if they need it for their story. I'll do it. And yeah, I really want our community to, because I'm always hearing PvP that, oh, I'm not good at PvP, oh, it's too hard to PvP, or like, oh, why does PvP need to be this, or why does PvP have to like determine this? And I really want to get that like notion just like out. Like I don't want PvP to be the reason people don't do the RP that they want to do.
It makes me think of that plane metaphor, the what is it, survivorship bias, where it's the picture of the plane and there's all the bullet holes through the plane, and they're like, well, that means we've got to patch those up. No, we need to patch up the bits that, those. It's still, the plane still flew even though those bits were messed up. I wonder if it's, rather than having the conversation about how do we balance PvP, it's how do we get the community to have more conversations about getting the people who are super good at PvP, convince them to lose once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, I know a good amount of the community that is good at PvP are willing to lose for the RP, 100%. And it really comes down to like you just gotta DM them, and I think it might happen next season. I know there's a lot of people. I know there's been a lot of talks about like there's more people that want to create groups that like will focus on like fighting people, and we might end up having more wars. There's gonna be more conflict. There's gonna be more. I feel like story next season might be driven way harder than this last season. Just from like what I'm hearing from the community, and what people kind of want to do. So yeah, I think it'll be good.
One of the
I definitely feel like this gonna.
One of the things that Andy talked about also was if you are going to get into a PvP fight with someone and you don't think that you can beat them, find the characters run by the good PvPers and hire them. Go get goons. Go get bodyguards. Go hire some people 100%. To fight for you.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think is a really cool idea.
No, yeah, 100%. Like, I think that's one of the greatest things to do. I mean, we monks, that was one of the options that people could have done for us. Like, they could pay us.
Yeah, that's right.
Beat the shit out of people. Or protect them.
That happened. They attacked Wormwood.
It did happen.
They got hired. No, they got hired to attack Rivengard.
Yeah, so there's always options like that and stuff like that. But yeah, I hope. I know we've done a better job, an extremely better job at this since when I like was first part of the community. They're definitely doing a better job at trying to make PvP more balanced and more accessible to people. And there's definitely been a huge improvement in the sense of that there are way more people that know what they're doing now when it comes to PvP. Yeah. So I do appreciate that. That's something I do like. It's good that the server is doing that. And yeah, I think next season will be very good when it comes to players driving story and like there being conflict and there being PvP next season.
What gives you that impression?
I feel like there's gonna be a bigger spread of groups that know how to PvP and are willing to go at it at each other, which will allow the players who don't really want to get involved in PvP to kind of not, get in the way. Like they won't like be affected, because those groups will be at each other. And then also there's so many people now within our VRP community that know how to fight. Like there's a huge amount of people that just know how to PvP.
And it's just because there's been enough seasons now with the same people across
Yeah,
seasons.
and people, yeah, and then like I think of all the seasons I've seen, like from going from season like 11 to 12 and then 12 to 13, especially from 12 to 13 is the biggest like from at least from what I've seen of people wanting to learn how to PvP and people learning how to PvP within the community. Because before it was like it was a really small group, and then it was a really small group that knew how to PvP, and then there wasn't really people that didn't ever PvP didn't really like step forward to like try to learn. Right, there was such a huger gap between people who just wanted to like role play and like do no PvP, kind of like have like the innocent like happy type of RP that didn't involve any like needing to like get a sword and fight somebody. Compared to the group of people that knew how to fight, it was like a huge gap, and that gap kind of just season 12 to 13 just shrunk, like crazy shrunk.
Well, that sounds like season 14 is on track to being a huge improvement. I think this season has taught people a lot of stuff about how you can sort of weave PvP in with RP. There were a lot of fights, there was a lot of sparring. We had the monks going around sort of pushing for fighting. Weissenbach certainly helped in making people aware of how aggressive you can play characters by just pushing yourself into other people's areas and going, yeah, and what? What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think next season is gonna be good. At least like I think overall, I think next season is gonna be like one of those seasons where people are gonna be like, damn, that was what a season.
Yeah, like this is what.
But then I also don't want to overhype it. I feel like I'm overhyping it. I don't want to disappoint myself.
or freak out the admins by going, oh god, the hype train is leaving the station. What do we do?
Yeah, hey, look, they're the ones that are hyping it up, okay?
That's
especially
true.
Morgan.
So. Yeah, Morgan for like an hour and a half was talking about how shit hot the team is, while also talking about how frustrated he gets with them all the time.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's all really.
That's awesome. That's a really cool thing to think about because PvP is a part of, even though Valheim wasn't really designed to handle PvP stuff, it's still a part of the season whether we like it or not. People like fighting. So it's something that does need to be sort of talked about, get different perspectives on. I think yours is super valuable with talking about it. Look, lose more, folks. Lose more.
Yeah.
If you're worried about losing to the PvP guy, send them a message and see if they're willing to take the fall.
Correct. I mean, I'm one of those people within the community that literally said, in no world would I ever learn how to PvP.
But you did.
And now people are like, there's some people who think that I'm like one of the people that know how to do it pretty well, like it up there. I don't believe it. I still I screw up a lot. Cause like I zone out or like I miss my parry stab sometimes. It just happens.
Parry stab's hard to do because you want to parry at the right time to get the parry, but also not leave yourself open because you think that you didn't parry them, so they get a chance to kill you while you're stabbing.
Yeah, definitely. And then also one of the reasons why I think that I'm not that great is because like you give me any other weapon, yeah, I'm not winning any fights. I learned on the sword and that's all I know. But I kind of want to change that for next season. But then also like I don't know if I want to really focus on PvP next season.
Swords are cool.
Yeah.
Bow supremacy for me.
We'll see.
I love the bow. Bows and knives, loved it.
I might go with bow. Maybe. But the only reason why I would go bow if we're given like something towards the beginning of the season. Like, I would love to have a crossbow at the beginning of the
Early
season.
crossbows. I'd love early crossbows. Like,
Yeah.
just ramp the damage down. Let us make, cheapo
Yeah.
bolts, regular everyday wooden bolts. Man, crossbows are cool. I want crossbows. I want magic. Those are the things that I like.
Yeah. If not, there's a high chance I'm probably gonna go with mace. But then like everyone wants to go with mace, and I'm just like, I don't want to be like everyone else. But I am like everyone else because I use swords.
Yeah. So, yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us for the last couple of hours, nearly 3 hours.
Yes.
Holy moly. I really appreciate you giving your time to do this. It was cool to hear the story that you had to tell, the story that you got to tell, and the journey that you were able to go on. The highs, the lows,
Definitely.
the everything in between, because every season has all three.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about every season. I've been around so many times.
Oh boy. I don't know if I have it in me to go through everyone, because if I do it for you, everyone else would be like, I want to talk about my previous seasons, and we would be here until the heat death of the universe.
I bring up previous seasons sometimes, but like very rarely. Only if I need to like reference to something.
Mm-hmm.
Like to make a point or like whatever.
Yeah, like you talked about
But normally,
season
like-
10 being basically the best season.
Yes. And it's between like 10 and 11. I would say.
But
Yeah.
until another time when we chat, I'm sure we'll have you on again for the season 14 debrief, because I want to keep doing this because this is really fun. It's just incredibly
Yeah, I'm
time
still
consuming,
around.
and I think I'm gonna. I'm sure you will be. It doesn't sound like you're going anywhere. I think I'm gonna be hard locking these interviews in future till basically 2 hours, because it's a huge amount of time.
Yeah, it's
investment.
smart. That's smart.
But until then, everyone remember the two special rules: imagine people complexly, both in game and out of game. Every person that you see on the street is going through a bunch of shit that you don't know about. And rule 2 is life is uncertain. Eat your dessert first. Until next time.